Alright. Now we are actually started, and I did not hit the wrong button this time. I should probably learn the quick commands again for starting recording and stopping recording, pausing, etc. That won't be today, though. Anyway, welcome back to Shadow Guardians. We are starting a lot later than we should have been starting, but that is alright. Have a wonderful little time here. Probably won't be a super long session. Definitely not like the last episode, if for those that saw. After the group had triumphantly defeated the entity that was obscuring and tainting the lands of the Vale tribe people, was other places as well. But yes, after I guess we can start with that. So, after making your way into the Vale's Heart, a special Seeker's Remnant facility, as you have all come to find the name of the group that owned it before, that had been doing some tests with a strange kind of material artifact, or strange organic material artifact that had been nestled in a gorge there, producing strange and somewhat alien but also beautiful life. New types of flora and fauna that would flourish, some that would not be necessarily native to this region normally, in this wonderful place. However, during their study of this gorge and the Vale's Heart, as they called it, here, this strange organic mass, they would notice that there'd be a foul type of corruption or foul type of signal within the ley lines connected to this place. And before long, the corruption would not just take root, but begin to expand further out, corrupting the heart and slaying many of the people at the facility. Though luckily, I guess you could say for them, they had fail-safes in place to try to halt its corruption. All of which you now know being that of cryostasis, things that had to do with time and cold type of energy, to keep it still and keep it in place for hopefully a future group of Seeker's Remnant to come and vanquish the creature once and for all. And while they didn't exactly get, Seeker's Remnant to show up and do what they wanted here, they did manage to get another group, the Shadow Guardians, the next best thing. Your group delved into the depths of this facility, fighting many different abominations, chrysalids or isocrid chrysalids and isocrid drones and such. Fighting even further to the guardian that protected the place and safeguarded the location from any ne'er-do-wells or any type of adventurers and mercenaries that might stumble across somehow into this place. Through convincing them that you actually meant well and that you were here to stop the main source of corruption, you would delve further, being tested by its immense amount of spiritual energy and its frightening will, as it began to worm its way in some of your minds and unveil certain pains and traumas that many of you had not been thinking of for a while. Nevertheless, all of you persevered, and with the aid of a couple of special weapons that you found within the facility, and Imiko's awakening of her paracausal lunar abilities, you managed to once and for all vanquish this creature, or hopefully vanquish this creature permanently. As the dawn, or I should say the dusk, began to set in of the evening, the lights peek through of the sun setting, and a calm night taking over. All of you relatively tired from your ordeal, and some of you maybe a little bit more exasperated after finding certain things out about yourselves and others. You would all find yourselves to your sleeping quarters on the ship, relaxing as best you could after an event like that. Some of you thinking about future things coming up, Titus, and others thinking about more immediate future things, Imiko and her conversation with Kaya coming up. There was also, go ahead. So, in the next following days, as you all would kind of remain in the area, Gwendolyn's condition would be more, how would I put it? It would be looked at a little bit more. And you will all be given some information about that. Let me So you all kind of figured out this early, but she had, I think, kind of Halanaya taking a look at it told you she has a cardiac injury. So her injury, it's not necessarily anything, not like a special cardiac injury, but it seems this thing's was able to effectively, like, through spiritual means, grab her heart and just crush parts of it, which definitely was not good. She has intermittent bouts where she has like heavy shortness of breath. Her general like complexion is a little bit paler, but she can do most tasks without issue. You notice, however, she seems like she's exhausted constantly, and certain things make her a little bit more exhausted than it normally should. Things that startle her, for instance, kind of make her exhaustion worse. Being around electricity as well tends to kind of not necessarily make her more exhausted, just kind of get her more on edge and stuff like that. Halanaya and some of the other shamans at the area now, as the Ultalatel Vale tribe has moved into this area and is currently renovating and basically settling in to do things. Well, Halanaya will come to all of you probably the next day and kind of meet with everyone and inform them. Her condition will most likely clear after some time. Luckily, you all killing the heart seem to substantially destroy any like major long-lasting effects it would have. But for at least the next, give or take, 2 to 3 weeks, she's going to be having problems. Halanaya would like her for the time being to stay here to kind of rest and recuperate. And then they will send for someone to bring her out when she is a lot better. Which Kaya would tell you all that is alright, because the next mission that you all are planning on going to, you probably won't need to head on to for at least another 3 or so weeks. So she should be mostly back to normal by the time you start that operation. He will also say that he would want to do a once-over of everybody in the party just to make sure there were no long-lasting effects from your experience and exposure to the entity. I guess I would ask, would anyone resist this? Or would you be okay with Halanaya giving you a look over?
I think Imika would wouldn't be adverse to it, but the guest in her mind probably would not.
Connie's...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'll wait for you to go first.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Nura.
No, go for it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Apani's not going to resist, but Apani is going to emphasize. Perfectly fine. You don't even need to check over me. Like, honestly, couldn't have been better. You know? Like, there's no issues.
Apani, come on. Gramps just gotta check our heads just to see if we went all cuckoo crazy, just to make sure. Come on.
Oh, thinking it a bit, you know? Like, I have always been fine. I'm good at keeping it together, you know?
Imika's taking you by the hand and leading to Gramps and come on, big girl, we gotta go.
I never denied it. I just said I'm perfectly fine. I think he's overthinking it. I think his inner parental figure just came out, and he was just oh, I have to make sure you're all okay. We're fine. I know for a fact I'm fine. I'm Gwendolyn.
Don't worry. I'm fine. Gwen's kind of fucked right now.
Yeah,
but
Gwen is not here. Gwen is in the hospital. She's in the medical area for this facility.
Fully in a cat.
Gwen needs some soup.
Yeah.
But yes, he will, if there's no resistance, no actual resistance to this, he will calmly take you all to the medical area. So this is actually, the trams are actually, well, the tram is working, as you experienced before. You'll go to another portion of the facility. It's kind of actually near where the Guardian originally was, that section of the facility, or section of the gorge, not facility, I should say. And you'll kind of walk around the different corridors. You will definitely see as you're walking, there are people in Alto tribes, armor and attire, walking. You can see them, some of them writing down certain things in notebooks. and looking at like the walls and looking at certain damage. There's the whole section where the Guardian was is like walled off, and you can see where the bowed-in portion of the main entrance was. There are also people in there that are kind of grinding certain things down. It looks like some of the old constructs you fought. They're like grinding them down for materials and like putting them in like crates, basically.
If we like,
any of those
went-
materials look, snatchable.
You could ask if you want, or
do
walk
I
in.
feel like guys like looking at the items? Like I just like look at them and say, "Come on, there are people now. Just go ask them."
I'm not that interested. I'm
I
just
can see the look in your eye. I get it. I'm also a
curious.
loot whore. You can go get some. Go ask for them.
I'm nothing like you.
She's just giving you a dead
I
point
think
there.
it's not true.
Yeah, right.
Just don't let them see you.
Naya kind
Gramps,
of looks
can you,
back when you not
Gramps,
seeing that
can
you
you,
all
like,
stopped.
Yeah, Gramps, some of my team members / friends want some loot around here, like materials they could like use if you want. If your people won't be averse to it.
He kind of thinks for a moment. Well, I imagine most of the materials they are using are probably going to be for the reconstruction of the area. But
Yeah, but anything else that's not like wanted or like used for it, we could probably use it.
Well, and he will kind of say, actually, that does bring me to something. And above board, this would be, you guys haven't received the items technically yet that you have all chosen. So he will kind of think and be like, well, that actually does ring my bell of something. I forgot to tell you all. The Ontolatel is not exactly, how would I put this? They're not exactly in the monetary straits to give you all a lot of gold, but
once our family
they prefer to trade.
no way,
And
they'll
he
get like a
will-
lot of money because of that.
He will nod and you'll say, follow me, and he will lead you to another part of the facility. And as you'll see him put his paw on the door. You can see a light kind of scan across it, and it opens, and you can now see all the weapons that you had saw before. He says, they collected these things and were able to reconstitute most of them to a state that they could be usable.
Umiko zoom past like Helena while he's explaining, like, oh yeah. She's like looking around, like expecting the weapon, like she's like in heaven right now.
Yes, so in the back, and this is, I imagine, the thing your eyes gravitate to first, Imiko, there is a spear that is kind of hoisted up in a like little containment glass box.
Ronnie appears from behind Imiko and snatches it first.
Did you like to open? Did you like to open the box, or just smash through the
Yes.
glass?
I smashed the glass.
Alright, just smash through the glass. There's a warning, warning, warning. Specimen taken. And Halanaya like walks over to the side of the door, presses a button, and the warning lights all go down.
Yeah, Imiko doesn't care. Like she's like fighting like a pony, like swinging with it. She's like, gimme.
He just.
I grabbed it first.
Now.
He looks over to you, Pawnee, and Imiko. You do not. There's enough stuff for all of you. You do not need to fight.
Oh. Yeah, she like releases the hold, like, ooh, more stuff.
I walk past both of them and look over at the the hoisted guns and all that shit that's up there.
There is the.
I actually need some range.
But you should get some guns. Last time that happened, you know.
Yeah, what would you suggest? I could take a shotgun. Nice.
Yeah, shotgun, but do you really want to go up close again? Remember what happened last time?
Yeah, well, last time.
Yeah, last time we were on foot. Someone decided to introduce you to a big, long iron stick to your head. Remember that?
Actually, no. I don't actually know what the hell you're talking.
Titus is very strong. He'll be fine.
Yeah. You know. I look at you. You look like you can do real range damage. She looks at the one of them. What do I see, Dragon?
So the things that are on that list, as you all know, there is the rifle, the shotgun, currently in Apani's hands, the veiled aggressor glaive. Though I guess you don't know the name of it. It's just a strange glaive made out of a sparkling quartz-like material. Though there's something, Apani, you probably would notice this now that you've been holding it. You feel the weapon. How would I put this? Undulating slightly.
Ooh, what a word.
Yeah. Well,
Wait, above
Apani's
board, the glaive is separate from the spear, right?
No. Oh, yeah, sorry. The glaive is different from the spear. The glaive is what you picked up. That was the thing that was in the
Yeah,
table.
but
The
let's-
sword
let's-
spear is
let's
on the
go
wall
with
to
it.
the side.
Yeah,
I picked
like
up
while
the wrong
Apani-
thing on purpose. Above board.
I figured. I was just wondering. I was like, but yeah, you can feel that under your hand, like under your grip, there's something that like undulates. Like, I would almost describe it as breathing. Like if you had your hand on like an animal that was breathing, you can feel like the rise and fall or like shifting of something.
That's odd.
Emiko doesn't know that, and she like her eyes zero in on like the rifle, and then like Apani like did before, she breaks into the glass the case.
The other weapons are not in the glass. It is only the weapon that Apani grabbed that was in a glass case. I should clarify.
Yeah,
All the
then
others
she,
are
like-
hoisted up on the walls or on the side, on the
Yeah.
top of tables.
Then she grabs it, like aims at it, like tests the weight. Then she looks at Titus, and then she throws it here. This like should suit your needs.
I imagine you'll catch it.
Instinctively catch it. Yeah, and then just without looking, and then I'm like, oh, okay.
I would
And
say
I
you
just
notice
examine.
it feels very like it actually feels very ergonomic. Like there's even features in it you can see like if it feels a bit stiff or like kind of like how would I put it? Not stiff. Kind of smushed together like the way the trigger is towards like the foregrip. You can kind of move it. It almost like shifts with you. There's something about these weapons that are very ergonomically designed. Like there's adjustable features for all of them. The way the sights sit, the way that the foregrip or the angular portion of like where the actual where your actual hand would sit when you're pulling the trigger. And he kind of nods, and Halinai will say, "It is a seeker and alto, I should say, commonality for
Ooh.
weapons to be very adjustable. You never know what
Yeah,
type of
very
kin could be using."
Very adjustable and very much damaging as she like picks up
I
the
want to.
shotgun.
Hmm. There is a firing range out that way. Though, before you all go to your to that, I would like to still wait just to make sure, test all of you and make sure that you are all doing all right.
Hani
Yeah.
completely ignores Helenaya and notices a Vel Cryptotech sword spear and grabs it and then instantly thinks about the glaive, walks over to Emiko and says, "You can have it."
What do you mean? Oh.
What anymore? The sword spear is pretty cool.
Ah. She looks at the spear that you're like Apani has and like, oh, good choice. She gives like an appreciative nod, and then she just takes the glaive.
Yep.
Ooh.
It takes a moment, but after a few moments, you feel that same undulation under your hands as you're holding the spear.
Wicked. She like tested it out like a few spins, a few stabs here and there.
Feels
And then-
very, very nice. The weight feels very evenly distributed. Yeah, feels good.
Feel
I
right.
think she'd have
Feel at home. Hmm.
You kind of think. You can
Yeah.
see Halinai is looking over at Emiko and Apani, and just you can tell he's thinking about something, but he doesn't really say much. He just kind of nods and then looks back and says, "Well, if you've all decided on what you're taking, let us go to the medical area."
Yeah. How is Gwen anyway?
Ah, well, you'll see her when she's there. When we're there, but she is
I,
currently asleep, I believe.
Do I need to like apply my special touches? She like bring
No.
the fucking paw.
She goes,
Yeah.
"No,
The
there
hell
will be no need
special
for that."
touch do you have?
I mean, it was the last time.
I don't think it did.
I mean, she snaps her fingers, and then white flames come onto her arm. I mean, I think it did.
Yeah,
You know?
just because it's on doesn't mean it's working.
Yeah, because I'm just
Yeah, that's
special
flat in
like
the
that.
back of it.
And then she snaps it back.
He kind of
I
looks
don't
and
think you.
go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't think you really specialize in heart issues. in the code.
I mean, you can always slap a heart, just like we did like last time.
Oh,
I don't think
That
we should have
is not
hearts.
necessarily the proper medical procedure, I will say.
So,
Well,
Oh,
shut up.
he kind of just he just kind of sighs and just says, "But it is interesting that you're able to summon that now at will."
what? This? She snaps it again.
Mm-hmm.
Fire comes on.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's just like a flick of the wrist or a snap of the fingers.
I guess that's reaction has a permanent, lasting thing. I will have to consult Kaya. And he will begin to walk to. He will begin to walk outside the room and kind of motion for you all with his tail to follow.
Yeah. As we do we go past where the Guardian's bathroom was?
Yes, you already passed it. You would have already passed it. You're way down the hall now
Yeah.
from it.
Yeah. As we walk past it, she remembers something. Oh, right. Gramps, whatever happened to Guardian? The chip, I mean. She's gonna be okay, right?
Don't worry. She is currently in a, how would we say, a stasis state, but she will be fine.
Stasis,
You can
she's
think of
like
like
resting.
a slumber, yes.
Yeah. How long is she gonna be out?
Not much longer, actually. We just needed to run some checks to
I'm gonna
make
show
sure
you
that
find a replace.
everything was fine.
Oh.
But she will be the main thing that keeps running this facility. Though,
Nah.
there is another thing that she will be doing.
Oh.
Yes, she kind of looks back to you. I believe that
You picked up?
she wanted to, how should I put this? She said that she would like to travel a bit, see how the world the Seeker's remnant left is.
Oh, hell yeah.
To that extent,
Yeah.
I am working on something in the interim. I will need Kaya's help for it, but I plan on making her sense of a body. But in the meantime, she will be able to link to your systems. You will have the full access of her expertise. Though I can't promise you that she will be able to provide you all the information on the Seeker's Remnant, as certain things are classified still.
Need me or Crow's help?
No, it is not a matter of her being unable to. It is more of a matter of her being unwilling to.
Oh. Interesting.
But that being said, and at this point, he will say, as you're getting to the medical areas, he will say, "Do not worry about her. She will be fine." And
Well, I hope so, because I do want my get back with her on the sparring ring.
Tiny giggles off to the side.
He will open the door and he will welcome you all into the medical area. And this is, I'm trying to think if you guys have seen something like this. Have you all ever been to like an actual like medical facility before, or just like a like side hospital or something like that? Maybe Emilio has, and maybe
if it's
go ahead. Sorry.
If it's like an ICU of sorts, then yeah.
Tiny, you were gonna say something?
Aside from anything like makeshift, I don't think so.
Yeah. So I think for most of you, this is a new experience. Outside of just again the style of this being very different from like a guild or like any other type of like ICU. And even like guild halls don't really always have an ICU. They have like a hospital area, but it's not like an intensive care unit type feel. There are devices and things that you have probably never seen before. You can see Gwendolyn is actually kind of like resting asleep right now on top of a bed. Slightly propped up and a little bit angled up, so you can see that she's like not really sitting up, but she's just kind of her back is slightly arched forward a bit with the way she's sitting.
Yeah, can I
go ahead, sir?
Can I examine the tech around surrounding her?
Anyone can. Roll me a knowledge technological or a knowledge engineering.
All right.
You'll get different things.
What's my plus?
Yeah, a knowledge technological or a knowledge engineering?
One or the other.
Hell yeah.
Okay. I get it's the same either way, so I'll just go with engineering.
All right.
I'll go with technological.
That's damn 19.
Not bad.
That'll be a 10.
10.
That'll
I
be a 10
didn't
for me.
expect that.
Damn, that's a nat
I
1.
got a 40.
Someone got a nat 1. Who was that?
That was upon me.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
you're not sure, Pawnee. What all this stuff? I mean, you know it's medical. Like, I'm not gonna say you just like completely don't know what's going on, but you know it's medical instruments. But how any of this works, you have no idea. Like, completely lost.
That's crazy. The Forgecaster doesn't know shit,
Yeah,
and
it
I'm the
is,
one
it
that got
is.
the 20.
And Imiko, you've seen these types of like places before, but it's not a small room. Like, this is a big. There's like multiple rooms kind of next to each other, as you're like kind of in this main hallway, and you can see there's on the different rooms there's actually like a screen that has like it says like monitoring, and then this has like a name of you assume maybe the people or person inside, and then it has like you can see there's something that says HR, and it has like a little blip on it, which Titus, you could guess maybe means like heart rate or something. Imiko, you probably would know as well. It's probably talking about like heart rate. There's things that talk about like mental stability levels, and there's like a percentage or a number by it. Things like that.
Yeah.
This is
Imiko,
way
like,
more sophisticated than what you've seen normally, though. Even from like a guild place. They're not bad, but this is very advanced. Go ahead, Imiko.
Imiko like gives out like a low, impressed whistle at that, and she looks to Helena and she says, "Damn, Graham, this is pretty fucking like out there. Even the guild like so far had only like basic like hospital rooms and stuff. This, she like throws her hands like around to the area around her. This is pretty far out to what like the guild is like capable of."
He kind of says, "I'm not surprised. Though the guild has recovered much architecture and seek another technology, recovering and using that technology is another thing. Many factions, and I would say the guild is probably up there, but many factions would still struggle to reach this. Though that is not due to their lack of ability, just due to their lack of understanding. They just need proper direction."
So this is why you want us to get this base like under wraps, then?
Yes, this will be instrumental in the future for us and the Alta Latel both.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry.
Yes.
How do we walk?
Go
Tough.
Apani?
Oh, you can go first.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, Apani walks over and sees HR and is like, "Why do we need an HR here? They're not an employee."
Apani, that's heart rate, dear.
There's a slight chuckle from Halanaya as he kind of like this. Imiko is correct. That is just the heart rate. I guess that's also something you're not used to seeing. We can monitor many things of the people in these rooms. Normally, we have to sync up to the MLS devices and such. And actually, there's something on Halanai you probably haven't noticed, but he's wearing like a white lab coat kind of right now. On the back of his neck, it kind of reminds you of Imiko's and Crow's like NLD, like the way that's kind of on them. Except this seems to be wrapped around the back of his Actually, no, he does have an NLD. So yeah, it's wrapped around the back of his neck and kind of connected to it. It looks like it's slightly poking out of the suit, or out of the outfit, and it's like at the kind of base ridge of his neck and going down maybe to his the middle of his back, and there is a series of lights going down the middle, like a stripe.
Engineering check?
Yes, roll me an engineering check if you want to know what this is.
Yes.
Cool.
It's very rare, but they do exist around.
Alright. I got a 6 this time.
That'll be a 21.
Can't we reverse?
Come on, get it.
Okay.
I got 11. That was not good.
You're not sure what this is, but you know it's very advanced. Titus,
No more than me.
I would say for you, you're just kind of taken aback by just how much stuff is in the room that you're kind of not really noticing it. That's kind of the main thing for you. Imiko, maybe because you have seen these before and you have like some memories of them. These are known as, I gotta remember, let me check the name. I believe, okay, I'm gonna go with this name. I think this is what they're called. but I believe they're called health rigs. Basically,
Health
down,
rigs?
yes, health rigs. Down the back of
Oh
their
my-
neck, it basically tells you a real-time like monitoring of their active like health, their general vim or vigor.
Oh.
Oh my god, this is Dead Space now.
Yes, it's very Dead Space-esque. Where they have this little thing, and there's other little things you can see on it, like as like he notices that you're all looking, like some of you are looking at it, he's like, the health, you're all seeing the health rig. I guess it's the first time some of you have seen it. Well, he looks over to you, Emiko.
Yep.
Maybe not yourself, but
Huh,
these are custom
did.
for most Seekers Remnant. It's an easier way to tell the general health of a creature. If you're synced up to them, he presses something on his wrist. You can also tell some things about their general mental health and other things like that.
Yeah, doesn't it get in the way of things, you know? Like showering, probably,
Well, they are
you know,
waterproof, and there is a cleaning apparatus you can go into to clean them. Do not worry.
even in bed.
I would not understand why they'd be dirty in bed, but I guess there's dead skin and fur flakes that get on
You
them.
just give Helena her grams like the wiggle of the eyebrows, like.
Emiko, why are you asking your granddad that question?
He kind of looks over and he just says, "No, it is all right. No, they do not get in the way of that."
Okay. Just want to make sure. Just want to make sure, Pani. Just want to make sure. She just holds up her hand
You just
innocently.
sure.
Actually, he kind of says, if you would all like one, that we can modify your MNLSs and NLDs to have them if you'd like.
At this point, Titus just kind of slinks off.
Where did Titus go?
He kind of says,
He's just kind of disappeared.
he kind of looks, don't worry, he's probably just trying to explore around and see some things. It is fine.
You know,
No,
he always
that-
keeps doing this. Ugh.
We can begin with you, though. And he will say, please follow me into this room. And he'll, like, motion to go to a room to all of you.
Oh. Yeah, just before we go there, Himiko, like, goes up to Gwen and just said, hey, rest well. Let's roll, go. Let's roll, sis. Don't worry about it. She, like, smacks her on the heart. Don't worry about it. Get to you soon.
on the door, there's like a like sound for a moment on the projection, and Helena is like, Emiko, your excitability is nice, but please refrain from tapping Gwendolyn in the chest.
Don't worry. I got it. She, like, hops back down and just, like, goes along with them.
He just like sighs and goes into the room.
like,
Go find Titus and like also sneak off.
above board, you need to get a leash for this fucking freak.
Yeah. You said Apani, you want to try to slink off as well?
Yes, and find Titus.
Romy, are you gonna try to do it sneakily, or are you just gonna try to wander off?
Do it sneakily.
Yeah.
All right, Romy is stealth.
Oh, yeah. I should do like
Alright.
an awareness. Let me see.
Let's see.
Also,
Okay.
Titus, are you trying to stay hidden, or are you just literally, I just wandered off and I'm just chilling?
Oh, not like staying hidden per se,
Yeah,
but
you
definitely
just
didn't
wandered
want-
off. Okay.
Definitely just didn't want them to notice me.
Pointing.
Romy,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
Romy
don't
stealth then. Just Romy stealth, just in case.
All right,
Roll a 19.
and that's even
Yeah.
better.
I rolled a 14.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Bonnie's stealth
Let's
is
make
really high, even without. I'm pretty sure that's without the dark or dim light, because it's
Don't
like
roll
right.
low,
Yeah.
Titus.
Yeah.
With the
No.
dark or like dim light, it's like a
It's
16.
like a
Be-
16, yeah.
You'll be
She's got a crazy
embarrassing.
stealth. She's got a feat and
Oh,
like a
right.
bunch of stuff boosting.
You
it.
have a fucking 13 modifier. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey,
13.
build stealth
Like
build.
for stealth modifier?
Yeah, that's a modifier. It's 13.
Damn.
Yeah.
Highest mod I got is awareness. That shit's a 10.
Her only really
Crazy.
Achilles heel is spiritual, like someone spiritually sensing her, but not everyone uses that as even like a thing. So
Roll up your dice.
That's my
turn.
go-to. But yeah, I got that's 18 or 19? 18.
18. Okay.
Okay.
Apani,
Yeah,
that was your stealth, right, Apani?
21.
21.
I know. Okay.
21.
So
You got a
Apani, let me see something real quick. Let me roll. Halanaya.
Do I need to roll awareness to find?
Yes, you are gonna need to roll an awareness.
So I don't know if like my two best friends are just like ghosting. Damn.
Believe it or not, Helena is actually gonna spot you, Apani.
Is the hospital populated?
Yes, there are people here. There are not a lot. Like in the main like hallways and room and like the outer rooms where like there's like a check-in and stuff like that. You can see like a circular. I guess it's a square, but it's in like a circular part of the room. There's like a main check-in thing where you can see alto people like talking to each other, looking at like screens and typing things like that. It looks like they're trying to figure it out. Like some of them are like typing with their pointer fingers like slowly, and somebody next to them is like trying to coach them on how like you can use your whole fingers. You can see there's a couple over there that like it's interesting. They have their fingers like in the terminal screen. It's like a projection in front of them, and you can see they're just like, you know how a conductor for like a musical or something will move their fingers and their hands and stuff. That's what you see them kind of like. It's not like they're typing. It's almost like they're just whisking their hands back and forth. And you can see even from behind the screen is changing. They're going through different things. They might be a little bit more maybe accustomed or able to understand how this works. So you can see like a gradient of people that know what they're doing versus people that don't and aren't getting coached on it.
Yeah.
But yes.
Does that mean I have
Yes, go ahead.
because I have a bonus for awareness if I'm in a populated area and if I'm in darkness.
Right.
Oh, nice.
I'd say this considered. Yeah, I consider this a populated area. Go ahead. Give your bonus. Give yourself that
Okay.
bonus. Yeah.
I also rolled another 19.
All right.
Nice.
So, I think Titus got a 21, right?
Yeah, 21.
Okay, so you don't immediately notice Titus. Upon it, as you try to leave, like right next to the door where Imiko is now heading, and where Halanai is standing. Halanai kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, and he's like, "Is there something wrong, Upon it?"
Go find Titus. That was all.
Oh, I can see him right now. You can see his eyes glow, and Titus, where you are, I'd say like you're probably off to the side, like seeing what they're doing with the terminals, like maybe not next to them, just kind of like at the side of the room, just looking to see what all this new technology is. In your head, you hear, Titus, don't stray too far. Once I'm done with them, I'll come get you.
What the hell? Oh. Yeah, sure.
Right,
I
I
get you,
imagine
man.
I've never done this before to you. I can communicate psychically. I believe one of your friends can do the same.
Do we hear this?
Nope.
Dragon.
No.
You can see his
Okay.
eyes slightly glowing, but that's about it.
Huh. Never saw that before.
Yeah.
Actually, he's done this to you before. Yeah. You might not
Wait a
remember.
minute. No.
Yeah.
No, I remember now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's done
he
it
was
to
in
both
my
you
head.
and Apani, but he's never. I don't think he's done it to Titus before. That's why.
No, not to me.
Because that's why
Oh.
he's trying to make him not panic in case he's thinking he's hearing like the whispering voices
Yeah.
again. Like, no, it's me. You're fine. This isn't a hallucination.
I never knew he was like he had his eyes glowing like that. Huh.
And then he just there's like kind of a feeling that something's disconnecting from your mind, Titus, and then yeah, you're left to just kind of wander and look around the room.
Before he disconnected, I wanted to say, all right, then just have Pani get me whenever you're ready for me.
All right.
Then
And then yeah, it disconnects. So as that happens, he kind of looks back to you and he says, "All right, he would like me to direct you to go get him once we are done."
Huh. Not me. I'm kind of offended.
And
He kind of like plays me out.
He kind of says, I don't believe he means anything by it. It was probably just Apani was the one he saw, if you will. Motion for you both to enter the room.
Yeah, I hope.
I enter.
Yep.
She enters too.
So there are these, looks like these pods you can see. There's two kind of standing up, and then you can see there's these two, two pods and 4 beds in this room. It's a decently sized room. You can see there's a bunch of scanners and different things on. I mean, I guess to the naked eye, if you don't know what these things are, it can be a little spooky, because some of them have, like, a bunch of, like, different needles and, like, lights on them and stuff like that. Looking like a Dr. Frankenstein type of bit over here.
Can I roll to see if I recognize it or
Yeah,
if I
you
don't
may.
freak out?
Roll me a knowledge engineering if you'd like. That's you.
Let's see if the dice
Emiko,
will do
if you
me
would
well.
like to as well, feel free. Or a recollection for you, Emiko.
That'll be a recollection. I rolled a 14 for the engineering.
Is your recollection higher?
Wait, hold on.
If it is,
Yeah,
then
it's
you
an
can
8.
use that. Okay, then yeah, use that. What would it be?
It's a +6.
+6,
It's a
so
+6.
18.
Sorry.
Okay.
Connie starts hyperventilating and
Yeah.
gets very freaked out.
He kind of walks over.
Like, places a paw on your side, like, hey, you okay?
This is weird. Like, what if like some weird robot kills me? I don't trust this.
You, a tough bitch like you can handle them. Come on.
But like, I'm not trying to. Like, what if it like takes all the blood out of me or something? No, I don't like this. I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Apani, Halanaya puts like a hand on her shoulder and he says, "Do not worry. I am not going to do anything intrusive." That device over there you see is actually several things. It can be used to administer different injections or surgeries and other things. It has incision equipment and things. Luckily,
I don't want
none
injections.
of you will need any of that most likely.
Yeah.
The only thing I will be doing is doing a general scan of your bodies to make sure that any damage you've sustained has not left any lasting impact, and a mental scan to make sure that your minds are relatively in normal states.
So
And he actually will kind of like, he'll remove his hand from your shoulder and he will walk over to one of the pods and you'll see him like kind of sit into it a bit, and the gate or the glass door kind of opens. He'll step in, it shuts, and you'll hear him kind of look over to you and he'll say, "It'll be like this," and he presses a button, and there's a light that kind of comes down and shines through his body, and as it does, you can kind of see like an X-ray of his body as it does, and scans back up. Then there's another ring that kind of slides down and scans kind of a blue light around his head. And on the screen beside it, you can see there's a bunch of information, kind of like what you saw outside with the room, and just a bunch of other information that most of you would probably not recognize. It says like species, Galeful tail, Failing tail, things like that. Other things like other little bits of information about him, like his weight, his height, mental stability is in nominal levels, etc. And he will step out of the thing, and he will look over and says, like that.
I suppose maybe I should trust you.
Yeah, Apani, if you're still like unsure, I'll try first. All right.
I'll go.
Yeah, I'll take a step into the pod. And what will that be for the 18 for that engineering? Or recollection?
Recollection. So yes, what he basically told you is what it is. You know for a fact, as you remember, like, yeah, you've seen these things before when you were a kid. Like these tubes are like basically medical scanners. They can give you a pretty keen insight onto any injuries you have, possible cures, and things like that. They're very useful for that. And then the thing on the table and the by the beds, that device is just a multi-tool of different types of medical equipment that can be used. Like you said, scalpels, incision things. Like if you need to get like an injection of something, it can be able to do that. They're not like, you would know. Even though it looks scary, it's really not anything to be scared about. You know, if it was going to do any type of procedure, it would probably be assisted by some type of medical staff, like a doctor, and they would probably, you would be knocked out. Like, you would not be like awake for any type of like extreme procedure that would be happening.
Okay, so I'll just say like, okay, just watch me. It'll all be fine. I step into the pod and I'll mimic what like Halanaya did.
You just kind of sit with your back against the back of the tube there, and it goes down, it scans you, comes down a little bit, the ring goes across your head, scanning around it, and then slides back up to the ceiling, or the roof, and opens up. There is some information, of course, Emiko being a kitsune. There are some interesting bits of information that come up about her being... It's not that she's considered a mixed breed, but there's a percentage of different types of species that are coming up. There's some of dragonkin, specifically Xeladrake, is what it pops up with. And there's some of... let me check. Xeladrake and... Kitsune, obviously. Well, no, that's their main one. Yeah, so just Excelidrake and Galeful Tail. There are two. Those two are the things that pop up as well. There's like a 3% and then like a 10%. But the rest is Kitsune. And then also it says G-Con Kitsune subspecies. It also says Paracausal Wielder, and it says type Lunar.
It's quite fascinating, I will say.
Yes. Also, and he looks over. It says your mental stability levels are nominal, though there's a note here about fluctuations.
Oh. What's up?
He kind of presses something on his wrist. You can see something kind of screens across his eyes. That's odd. He pulls up something, presses another thing, and on the screen, there is another thing that pops up, and it says mental stability levels nominal, parentheses fluctuating, and there's some type of asterisk by it, and he kind of presses again. That's odd.
Coming up.
Just stick Crow in front of Emiko and see what happens.
You wanna what, sorry?
I said just stick Crow in front of Emiko and see what happens, and then Pawnee softly giggles.
I don't know.
Yeah, like a photo of like a photo of Crow on your phone.
I'm going to send this to Kaya. You see, he presses something and slides to the right. Slides it to the right. Says, no matter. Don't worry about it. Feel free, Pawnee. Go ahead and roll as Pawnee steps in.
Go ahead,
Go.
Yep, he'll just motion for you to step in at your own leisure.
Yep,
I
see?
will-
Nothing.
Yep, it does the same thing, scans your body, goes around your head, scans your head, and then slides back up. You step out, it gives you information. Mental stability levels are for you, I believe it's a stage below nominal, actually, for you, right now.
Yeah,
says,
I rolled a 17 for mood.
17. It does look like there was a look, not of concern, but just like intrigue. Maybe a mix between concern and intrigue. Like he's not sure what he's looking at, but he also doesn't know if he should be concerned about it, because it seems like he might not know what it entails fully. And he definitely seems like he's not like scared or anything. Like he's not like really, really worried. He's just like, that's odd. Like that's kind of the feeling you get. Like that's odd. And maybe it'll mean something later.
Yeah, I'll bring that up later.
Glances over and Pawnee's like, honestly, I think this machine is broken. I'm literally fine.
Yeah, I can see that like fluctuation like rapidly going up and down like a roller coaster. Am I seeing it right?
Her mental stability, I believe it's the one right. I can't remember what it is, but it's the one right under nominal, basically, like under normal. He kind of says, maybe you took some type of sanity damage from that thing. The exposure to it can cause that. It should recover though. He presses something. He says it should recover within a few days to weeks. You should be fine.
Yeah. Sometimes she does her meditation stuff to like help her eve off the stuff. Yeah.
That's a good idea. I can prescribe some. He kind of says if you are having trouble sleeping, or if you're having any type of issue focusing, I can also prescribe you some medication that could help.
Be fine. I don't need anything. All these fancy meds, I don't need any of that.
Yeah, I whispered to my the other ground. Yeah. Yes. Give me the meds though, just in case. Yeah.
He kind of gives you like a wink, like a nod, like understood, and he will press something. He says, "Well, for the most part, all of you are fine. It seems. Mainly, any type of corrupting influence, it seems, has been subsided. Perhaps the creature being vanquished maybe had some type of had some type of larger effect than I thought."
Well, it sucked because the first time we encountered it, I had my hands all over it. It's like goopy shit. And let me tell you, it sucked. Not sucked as in like bad, more like it tried to, but it failed on me.
I wonder if
But
that has
my
something to do
friend,
with your paracausal nature.
probably, or maybe it just is so weak.
Not as well.
Though,
This event
although
you're
it
talking
did,
about, was this before you came here?
uh, before, yeah, that was my first mission on there.
Oh, yes, I heard about it from Joanna, now that you mention it. Yes, you were exposed to, I believe, Whisper Signal.
Whisper, only just whispering that it's like his name is Clyde, but Tyrus, however, got the worst of it. Apparently saw
Yes,
hallucinations and
vivid
such.
hallucinations. Quite
So we
interesting.
should be a bit more careful.
Yeah,
That's all.
almost brought it down to the ocean.
Interesting. But he
But
kind
it's
of
fine.
says, I would be curious to see what his mental stability levels are.
I mean, he's fine. Like,
Oh,
probably.
should have gone.
But, considering things, it seems that most of you are holding up quite well, despite your proximity to the entity. I wonder if the Guardian's ability has something to do with that.
Or maybe, yeah, I got it from from someone old and old bones like you. I tap him on the side.
And it says, perhaps. Guileful tales have shown that they have a resilience to certain types of anomalies like this.
Yeah. Speaking of Gale Tale, when are you gonna go and reintroduce yourself to the family again?
In time. I know
Gonna have
that
to do it
you
with
were planning on sending some of them to come here.
Yeah.
Perhaps I could arrange some type of meeting with them.
Yeah, but maybe probably not do it like like a peekaboo type stuff. They probably won't like that. Just come out with it.
I would inform Joanna to tell them that I'm here. I think that should suffice.
Yeah. They probably won't send some. They probably send like half of the business here. So better watch out for that.
Yes, well, let us get Titus. Upon it, and he looks over to you.
Should I roll awareness to find Titus?
Actually,
Yeah, roll and then I'll tell you where he is.
yeah.
A roll tracking to help.
If you would like,
Try.
how Anaya was gonna do something, but he's gonna just let you guys do things, I guess.
Is that tracking or awareness?
It'll be awareness.
Tracking.
It'll be awareness.
Okay.
So hey, Bonnie, you need some help?
That was
I'm fine. I'll be
Also, Titus,
fine.
you get another mental link, and you hear Halanaya say, "I believe they are trying to look for you."
Yeah,
I
you will.
don't
20
necessarily want to interrupt
Lock up
them,
your Titus.
though.
I don't respond, but imagine you hear a shrug, like a mental shrug.
shrug. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand. That's all you hear back. 24. I mean, yeah.
I got a 9.
Yeah, Emiko, you say you're going to help. You walk outside, look left, look right, and
I'm lost.
you have no idea. You have no idea where he could be. Apani,
Goddamn.
you walk out, kind of see Emiko looking left and right, and you do similar, but maybe a little bit slower of a motion to kind of actually get a better look at the area. And yes, you spot him kind of off to the side of the room, one of the central chambers right now. Just kind of looking at different things. Go ahead, sir.
Actually, is that I'm actually like pretty secluded. There's maybe like one other person, but he's not like
yeah, probably
with
not
me.
like
They're just
really talking
other
to
shit.
Titus. They're just like maybe working on a panel or something like that next to Titus.
Yeah,
they're
it's
not
just
really paying
around
attention.
me.
Yeah. Yep, you see him. Pretty
I'm essentially
handily.
Yeah.
Nothing looks wrong with
Apani.
him. He's just there.
I don't see him anywhere though.
No,
Mm.
you don't, but Apani does.
Yeah, I'm just like saying yeah. Do you see him? I can't see him.
He's like right over there.
When she
Where?
points him out,
Where?
you can see him.
Oh. Huh. That obvious. Huh. I really need to rely on my steps again. God damn.
Do you need glasses?
He has my glasses on. It's fucking big.
Maybe you need a better prescription.
She like holds her hands up to her like face, her glasses, like nah, they're mine. They're mine.
I mean, Titus is like very clearly right.
He's just, like clearly right there.
He's just like fully clear, like HD, like he's there, but he just doesn't see him. Like, nah, I think I'm fine with it. Yeah.
I think you need glasses, like better glasses. I know you have glasses, but you need better glasses. Come on, let's go get Titus.
No glasses. No, no. I just walk alongside like a pony. Nope.
Yes,
Nope.
yes,
Nope. And that's fine.
How close do they
yes.
get to before I can hear them arguing?
I'd say like that you can hear them about like midway through them saying no and yes over and over again.
No. Yeah, you can hear like no.
Yes.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh.
Yes, you definitely do. Trust me.
No, I don't, Bonnie. I got good sets of 5.
I'm gonna tell your granddad to go swap your glasses out for a stronger prescription.
So I'm gonna swap out one of your goddamn like your guns for something else.
You can swap out my guns. I literally sleep with them on. You're not getting a gun from under my pillow.
You're not the only one who's so sneaky.
Trust me, you can't outsneak me. And then, can I just vanish after saying that?
You want to try to go
And
and
just
sell?
you're
Alright,
behind.
roll me
I
a
didn't
sell.
We like do that simultaneously, like like.
By the way, Titus, you are witnessing all of this argument right now. You are just like looking from the side. They're not very like conspicuous about them saying this stuff.
Yeah. Imagine I'm just like looking at this from the
15.
corner.
This is why I love my bonuses. I rolled a 2, but I got a 15.
Oh my god.
Titus, would you like to roll an awareness to try to keep up with a pawnee trying to vanish?
Trying to appear behind Titus.
I'm gonna do it on the thing because I'm not at my computer. I don't got my die on me. So how do you type it in again?
I think it's plus roll 1d20 plus your modifier.
Yeah. So a pawnee like rolls behind Tyrus, right? Emiko like just like hides under like Tyrus's legs, like. Yeah.
I mean, behind Titus'
Okay, it's not plus roll, it's exclamation point roll. My bad.
No, like underneath like his legs while you're behind him.
And then it's a space for the modifier?
You don't have to do a space, you can just do plus whatever the number is, yeah.
I thought that was fucking Tyrus.
That was me.
That roll.
That was me.
God damn. Oh
yeah.
God.
Wow.
Yeah, Titus, you keep up with her pretty good. However, Emiko, you do actually kind of lose track of her a little bit. She kind of vanishes between like, some of the different people.
So when I see her hide, I just like slide around over to where she hid.
Yep.
The thing is, I was hiding directly behind you, though.
Oh no, I was hiding too. That was not an awareness check.
Oh, I was a hide? Alright. So both of them, you can see, have now, one of them is... I'd like to imagine one of them is hiding behind the desk, and the other one is hiding behind the desk behind that one. Probably a pawnee behind the one that's behind Emiko. Very noticeably, like, they're kind of, like, even some of the people that aren't really looking for them are kind of, like, side-eyeing them, like, what are these doing? What is this? What's happening?
I just walk behind
Titus, come on.
a pawnee.
I just
like you guys are causing a scene. What the hell is going on?
Titus, come on.
Okay.
For you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, go back.
Emiko, go ahead. Me and a pawnee will catch up. I gotta ask her something.
Hi. Okay. Yeah, Emiko is just probably like sneakily like
Leaves, yeah.
Can I use second communication and say Emiko no?
Yeah. Psychic communication me instead. I'll just like give you a little.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Just point it in my head.
I'm gonna psychic communication Titus and ask, so what's up?
I might need your help. So I'm going to be going on a mission in a couple weeks. And I don't want to split up the team for this, but I can't see any other way to doing So without splitting up the team. So at the very least, I could ask for you. I already asked Casket off camera. So now I'm asking you. Would you want to go? Would you want to join? I'll let you know the details if you agree. But if not, don't worry about
Please share the details. I'm already agreeing.
it. All right then.
I mean, did you expect me to say no? Down for a test.
Honestly, yes.
Hi. Out of curiosity.
Okay. Well, let's just say, long story short, some ghosts from my past have risen up again, and I need to meet with them. I don't know what it entails. I know it's going to be dangerous, so I just want to get people that I know will be able to handle themselves around these people.
Can I pocket trinkets from your enemies?
If they turn out to be enemies, yes.
Good. Count me in.
All right. And I assume by that time the catch up
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
and make it to the little
medical
examination room.
Yep. So
Yeah.
I also just typed what you, if you want to put that on your sheet, and I'll tell you what the numbers of those are soon. But that is what everyone is sitting at in terms of sanity levels right now. Imiko is in the sane category, but low sane. Everyone else is in stable, which is the level under that. Pawnee is at mid-stable, and you are at low stable, Titus.
Damn.
There.
Apani
Wait,
is
what did you
mid.
type?
Mid is higher than low, by the way.
I know,
Yeah.
but she is mid.
This is in Shadow Guardians, if you're looking for where I put this.
Yeah, the Shadow Guardians.
This is also for future reference from me, so I can actually get the numbers for it. But yeah, this is where
Wow.
you guys are currently at.
So I guess insane is like a
I'm
step up.
streaming
from
today.
being
My
stable.
PC is tweaking out. I mean, my laptop is tweaking.
But yes, you were saying, Pepper, sorry?
Sane is like a step up from being stable, right?
Yes. Satan is the
Oh.
highest stat you can be. Or highest
Damn.
threshold you can be at.
Intriguing.
That's crazy considering.
Yeah, I'm. Oh, right about that. Like, yeah, Tyson with stable.
Yep.
Ooh.
All right.
It's funny because unstable is, I mean, it's not good, but it's also not the lowest.
What's lower?
Here, I can
Psycho?
tell you right now. So, sanity levels are sane, stable, unstable, insane, broken.
Damn.
Broken.
Broken
is
is the
a lot.
worst. Yeah, broken is the worst. That is, what was it? Your sanity is between levels ranging, generally speaking, from 0 to 20. You are almost completely mentally gone, being unable to communicate through speech. And as such, you make knowledge checks associated with certain things, such as channeling certain spells. You also can gain a major insanity effect, which can last until cured, and suffer certain penalties, such as a -5 on all cognition and will checks and saves, and vigor instinctual and vigor concentration checks.
Wait a minute. That doesn't say like. That doesn't say like you lose when you go down to broken. You can
No.
still play as them, right?
Yeah, you can. It's just suffering. It's just
Oh my
intense
God.
suffering to play as broken.
Oh my
character.
god.
If
Hard
all of
mode.
that
You're just-
wasn't clear, that is a lot of bad to deal with.
A
Hard
lot to. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Completely above board. I just ate shit because my Amazon package got delivered and I fell trying to get.
Oof.
Wow.
Damn. You know what? I'm not gonna fault you for that. I did that once too. I almost broke my products.
I'll be right back.
Cut my-
I'm gonna do something real quick. Sorry.
E.
Mm.
Oh, man. Fuck.
Remember the time markers?
I'm getting.
Yep.
What I do? Just hop in this CAT scan thing.
He'll just say that he'll give you the same explanation as he gave the others. You can hop in, it scans you, and yep, it comes out with that result of your sanity level and stuff like that. He will kind of give you a look and be like, seems like there's maybe some lasting damages, but once again, it should recover over some time. Just try to avoid too
hopefully.
many stressful situations
That'll-
for a little bit.
You know, I look at Apani. Hey, Apani, why don't you introduce Titus to your meditation store? Meditation stuff. take off the edge.
Sometimes it's just like really beneficial to just like do a bit of deep breathing, relaxation, and try to
Yeah.
find a peaceful point in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it doesn't work and you end up feeling worse because you thought about everything. But sometimes it's very beneficial.
Emiko just pats you on the side. It's all right. How does that sound, Tyrus? Doesn't that sound good?
Yeah.
I get up and walk.
You
Yeah.
should meditate with me. We should all meditate together.
Yeah, we should.
So I assume Titus is
On
just
that
like,
note, I'm going on the ship.
yeah, just leaving
No,
the room.
Titus, you should meditate with us, please.
Helen
Yeah.
and I will put like a paw on your guys' shoulders and just say, let him be. I believe that he is just thinking about some things.
Well.
His mental
Sometimes.
yeah.
Sometimes
Now that
it's
Titus
fine.
has like left the room, he's gonna say his mental stability is notably lower than both of yours. But it also seems that
Wow.
it seems. How should I put this? I was detecting fluctuations in his thoughts. It seems that he's got a lot on his mind.
What's on?
That's why you should meditate. That's a great way to throw things on your mind.
Everyone's talking shit. But yeah, yeah. Well, we can tell because last time that happened, it was that goo instant. But hopefully,
Well,
meditation.
in any case, he'll slam his hands together. I believe you all would like to go test your weapons. I would like to monitor you all for the next few days before you leave, just to make sure that everything is fine. Once that's done.
Yeah. Also, I would like to, if you would have me, I would like offer my, expertise on some stuff you need to do around the place to help.
He nods. That would be nice.
Yeah. Not only that, I get to spend time with my gramps.
And my granddaughter. There's like a slight
Mhm.
say that.
She actually climbs on your head, climbs on yep, like we never left.
So, he will lead you all to the shooting range where you can all go test your weapons. Titus, I assume, will do some other things, and we will accelerate time again. So, now we're gonna accelerate.
Actually,
oh, good.
you did.
Oh, okay.
I suppose now would be a good time to go talk to Brew.
Yes, if you want to talk to Brew during this time about something, yes, I know what it'll be, but yes, you want to go talk to him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'll meet him on the ship.
Yep, he's just, you can see him, he's on the bridge, basically, just like going over like flight checks, things like that.
Just him by himself? Anyone else there?
Nope, just him. He's just, you can see him like looking at the console, making sure everything's like working fine after the fiasco from the day before.
Yeah. I give a little knock on the wall, I guess.
He kind of looks, Titus, what's the honor?
More of a request than an honor. What are the rules about going off on like solo off-books missions?
Solo off-book missions. Well, normally that falls into the line of he kind of gives you like leans on the console a bit, kind of giving you a little bit of a like a curious look. He's like, normally that leans on the whole abandonment of post thing, but I assume you don't mean like that.
No, not necessarily. I plan on coming back. Maybe. Just I just don't want this to be on the record.
Having second thoughts about joining the group?
Yes, but that's not why I plan on doing it.
So, he kind of says, I assume this request has to do with that question.
Yeah.
Well, in general, I'd say that going on an unsanctioned quest is not exactly liked by the guild. However, you can get special permission. I assume you had a...
Okay.
Are you good?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, I'm good.
No, it's fine. It's just... Yes, you'll have to... special permission. Something like talking with Kaya or Fari about it.
Great. And
Depending on the request, I could see them not having a problem with it. Maybe even supplying you some type
Okay.
of transportation.
okay, good.
Of
Yeah,
course,
I
if you intend
Oh.
to come back. He gives you like an erased eyebrow when he says that.
do a little soft chuckle. It's gonna be very circumstantial, but my intention is to return with everyone that I leave with intact, and that would include you if you want.
Oh, a little. He kind of says a little vacation with Titus. And what would the honor of this be? Or the reason behind this honor?
I'll just put it frankly. I don't quite trust you, but I know I can at least get an idea of what you're coming from. And I know for sure, even though I haven't seen it in action yet, I know for sure you're formidable. If anything goes wrong, I'd want to have you in my corner. Already asked Casket and Apani.
Oh, got
And-
them involved, I see.
You'd be the last one. I think.
In that case, probably best 4 people for a good team. Small team for a small op. He kind of raises an eyebrow when he says that, and looks over. I assume it's a small op, right?
I like to hope so. That's another thing. I'm not entirely sure what. I just know who. And the who involved is the reason why I want backup.
Who? No thanks. He leans back in the chair. Does this relate to your old crew?
How much do you know about it?
Just enough that I've managed to parse through, reading some people's notes.
Well, yeah. The people I left behind were a part of something dangerous. Well, still might be. I'm not even sure.
And they're calling on
And
you.
I just want. Yeah, essentially.
What do they want? He looks a little bit
Help.
more serious when he asks that question. Like, he leans forward a bit.
Yeah. I just shrugs and like kind of gets up and paces. Help, I guess. He wasn't exactly forthcoming in what exactly I'd be dealing with, but I trust him enough to know that he wouldn't steer me wrong. I just don't trust the people he's with.
Friends in very precarious situations, or shall we say, old acquaintances.
Yeah. At the very most, I want to help out the man that saved my life when I was a teenager. And at best, we may get some new allies.
When you say that, like not the new allies, but the man that saved you when you were a teenager, there's like a kind of like a, what's your passive mood?
Passive mood? I
Mhm.
think it's a 13. Let me check. I got crackers on my mouth. Sorry.
That's alright.
Speak
Oh, it's an
without
11.
in your mouth.
Roll me a mood. Just roll me a mood, active.
A mood?
Mhm.
Damn. Worse than an 11.
You pick up, there's like a moment, like a pause, but he doesn't say anything. You don't pick up too much on what it could mean. He says, well, what type of teammate would I be if I wasn't willing to help a teammate in need?
Thanks.
Well, don't thank me yet. We still have to go through Kaya if we want this to be a... Well, he kind of gives a wink. A sanctioned, unsanctioned op, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, that's mainly the reason I came here.
Oh, he kind of looks over.
I figured if it was just me, she would kind of maybe
I
see
see.
that there would be some kind of angle, but
But if
I
get
gather
with
my
you,
team.
there's a chance that's smart covering of your bases there. Must give it.
Yeah.
He's like, gotta give it to you.
Yeah.
Seen
Ran a criminal
experience in that
operation for
angle.
years. Work. Well, I'll let you know when it's time. But
Nice.
then see you.
Well,
And I go off.
he nods. I'll see you later. And take care.
Thanks, you too.
And he will you can see him just going back to what he was doing before.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And so now we'll accelerate time.
A over.
Oh no, the time. Ah!
Accelerate time to about 2 weeks. So in that time, Halanaya has been kind of surveying your group, generally speaking, just making sure everything's fine. He's periodically, probably over the last 4 to 5 days initially from there, he has asked you all, different people that were here initially, like Rue even, Allure, all to go into the pod and make sure your mental stability levels are fine, make sure your general health are fine. For the most part, everyone's fine, and you do notice all of your mental stability levels raised to basically either low or mid sane, which is what he'll tell you that is nominal. That's good. That means you're cool. Even stable is probably mid stable is probably fine for most people. So
Who do you think is the most who's the most sanest in the team right now?
Currently, it is probably Crow, and it's probably Allure.
Who's the lead?
Who's what, sorry?
What?
Said who's the least?
Who's the least? Titus, your levels were the lowest of everybody's. Oh no, sorry. Yours and Bruce were. Both of you had the same.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Damn.
The other ones, Allure's was kind of the same as Apani's. Oh, you know what? I forgot. There are 2 people that did have worse. Both Gwendolyn and Seiyun were unstable.
Oh. Hey boys.
Oh
My God.
So that was why they had to be specially monitored, and that was also the reason why he said he wanted to keep Gwendolyn here. Remember, they were the main ones that failed. Caskets also was in low stable, bordering on unstable, but it went up quicker than the others, it seems. So he's this after the 5 days when you guys are all actually ready to go, at least head back to your base. He says that he will hold Seiyun and Gwendolyn back for a little bit. Kaya will talk with him, and basically they figure out they're gonna have someone come out and get them when they're ready. So they should be good in about a week. He's gonna do some things, give them some medication, and monitor them to see how well they recover.
Nice.
He will say that her heart condition will probably not clear up until another week and a half to 10 days, about 10 days or so, after this first 5 to 6. So yeah, but he was right. He said it'd be about 2 to 3 weeks. So with the medical instruments they have here, she's recovering significantly quicker, because it could have taken a month and some normally.
Yeah.
So she'll be doing good, and he's gonna make sure that she's away from specifically flashing lights and loud noises, because that might make her heart a little bit sporadic. But outside of that, yes. So you all head back earlier, or on time is more accurate for you guys, and head back to your base. Go around the Swelling Sea, because we don't go through the Swelling Sea for obvious reasons.
Yes.
She looks fun.
Yes, the wonderful Hypercane Sea. Yeah. I guess it's not a Hypercane fully yet, but it will be. Anyway.
We should definitely go down
Yeah,
Yeah, we should go down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, after you're flying, or during the time of flying, it takes again about 4-ish 5 days to get back to your base. Go ahead.
I would like to think during those 4 days, I'll probably back in the base. I think I'll probably be with Crow and train them up of sorts with some honey.
There's going to be 2 things that happen while the flight, or on the way back to the plane. One to do with you, Crow, and Kaya. But Titus, you were going to say something?
Oh.
I wanted to ask if the mech that I used, I wanted to bring it on board.
Yep.
We still have it, right?
Yep, it's still on board.
Okay.
It is in a severely damaged state. If you remember, it got to the point of going down. It's not destroyed though. It's just even when your mechs get on the 0, they don't immediately explode. They have basically like a rupture point system that's kind of like death saves. And then depending on how much damage after that they take a rupture point until eventually they're completely destroyed. Yours never got to that point. It's just like in severe damage state, basically.
Is a cryo gun still like kind of attached to it, but
no
damaged? Or
So
is that
you
completely
notice
gone?
it is not with your unit. Your unit is kind of hoisted up in the hangar area of the ship. And if you go in there and kind of like see, there is a little note actually by your unit on paper. And it says that the cryo launcher, they had to basically take the parts of it that were left over, and they are going to repair it, and see if they can get it in a more stabilized state to send it back.
Damn. What about mine?
Your thing purged, if you remember, at the end of the fight. That final hit caused it to like basically tear apart. Which again, it was designed to auto purge after a certain point. However, and this is going to be something that will be talked about in a moment, as well. You're kind of in the hangar area, like reading this note, Titus, and like looking at your unit in its damaged state. You can see Alora's in there looking at some type of like notepad and like writing some stuff down, looking at her unit. You can see those new like that weird, that strange bow that she fired. You can see that it's kind of hoisted and anchored onto the back of her unit with this something like strange about it. It looks like it's kind of like splayed out a bit. It's hard to describe. Like the bow arm doesn't, it's like folded. Like maybe it's just like for like kind of keeping it compact, but it kind of looks like a hand. It's odd. It just looks like a hand for a moment when you're looking at it. And she's talking with somebody. She looks like she's talking with somebody, maybe on the little transceiver device that you have in her ear, and but yeah, she doesn't say much to you right now. However, all of you will get something on the comms. So this is gonna happen first. Emiko and Crow in your room while Crow is probably like working on something on the computer. He's actually, you know what? He's probably talking to you about certain things about Nameless and like needing to fix some things. But as you guys are talking about that, there is a call on the intercom. Apani and everybody hears about from Kaya, and she says, "I would like, I would like to speak with everyone. Please meet me in the hangar."
That's your mom.
He's like, "Yeah, it is. I guess."
Oh wait, I'm in the hangar.
Yep, you're already in there. He's like, "I guess we're going to the hangar." Then he like sits up.
I just kind of like,
we'll bench that later. Huh?
Yeah.
I just kind of down and brace myself from the fall with my wings. And just like land a couple feet away from.
Alora will kind of walk over as well, and she kind of says, "I wonder what this is about."
Let's hope it's nothing too bad.
Yeah, I think we've done enough with bad news.
And some tells me there's still more to come.
Maybe. But we'll deal with it. She kind of like, not like hard, but like kind of light tap on your back, like, we'll deal with it if it comes.
Yeah.
Apani,
like,
okay, sorry.
head down. I just like kind of shrug.
Are you gonna head to the thing?
Titus.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh, she muted. She got muted.
Oh. Apani?
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. What did you say?
Okay. I'm gonna follow Titus.
Oh, Titus is already in the hangar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll just head there.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be over at the hangar too.
Yep, so it doesn't take long. Everyone gets to the hangar pretty quickly. It's not like the ship's big, but it's not really big. It's a drop ship. It's like it's a large drop ship. So you get to the hangar.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
So what's the big deal? What happened?
So as you stay then enter, you can see Kaya kind of like flutters in with her wings and then kind of lands on her feet. Says, "Well."
Didn't know what you.
What was that?
No. No, the way you said flutter.
Oh, flutters, yeah. She will land and she will say, "Hello, everyone. I wanted to bring this up finally. I have neglected to tell you the full extent of the reason you are all here and the extent of the tools you have at your disposal. And that is my fault. As your commander, you could say, falls on my portion. And she kind of gives like a very notable bow down to y'all, or to you all.
Do a little
Yeah.
smirk.
She rolls her eyes at that.
Look over. Yes, one of the true things about this, I'm sure you all have asked or seen. She looks over at you, Emiko, and kind of casket a bit. The planet system. No doubt some of you have noticed.
Yeah, we did notice that in the fight with that ugly little shit. Yeah. What
And a
about
little
it?
before then, you asked about it on the last operation as well.
Yep, we did. Found it in like a little like space. Lucky we did.
She will nod and she'll say, that is one of the main reasons for all of your involvements here. The planet system is a special tool the guild is testing. It is a apparatus, or how should we say it? It is a platform for constructing things in a very quick way. It is a special algorithm and computer or terminal that uses the information, real-time information, taken from all of you, or I should say connected to the systems you use. All of your MNLSs, and she looks at you, Casket, Emiko, and your NLDs, and transfers that information into something that can be tangibly used. Moreover, she motions to the side of the room, and there's this large, rectangular, machine, it kind of looks like, that's off to the side. It's able to spit out things. This is a subunit of it. The larger one is back at the base. And in the event...
How do you even fit this?
Sorry, say it again?
How do you even fit this kind of thing in the ship? The fuck?
Well, it's only a subunit, so it's not as big as the other one. But it suffices for what we need it for. Remember that thing you used. She kind of motions over. You can see by your unit, Emiko, there is a similar thing to what you used in that last fight, like that gauntlet, forearm thing that attached. You can see it's hoisted up on something. It's still in pieces. It looks like it's not fully put together though. But she says that's the channeling arm. It was a special unit that was made. The guild does not make this unit. This is specially made for you. Or moreover, it was specially made off of the information you fed it, unknowingly or not.
Oh.
Fed it. As in, she grabbed that NLD gently.
She nods.
From this, yeah? Huh.
Your thoughts,
Well,
feelings.
You saw it? You knew about this?
She nods.
Ah.
All of you, actually.
Weird.
She lotions to you. The MNLSs, even though they're not connected to your bodies physically, when you wear them and you're piloting and such, the combat data that comes from that is fed to the system. And in real time, it can hopefully spit something else that can help in that moment, or help in the moment, provided it has the materials to use to print it.
And how long does it, take anyway? To build this?
It can be a
The
few
field.
hours, a few days even. Still,
Okay.
significantly quicker than any other normal fabrication technology.
Any way to, make it permanent?
That is what we're working on. At the moment, due to the instability of, you'll have to forgive me, the thoughts of not just yourselves, but in general of many people's minds, getting a firm handle on the emotional states, spiritual and mental states of creatures can be difficult, especially to quantify to a physical object.
That bad. Me and Crow have been, having the time of our lives back there.
It was able to she would say, it was able to ascertain that you all needed something to channel. The entity that you were fighting, she kind of pulls up something. She says, the entity you were fighting, it was weak to the Chaos and Luna energy that you both used. After taking that information both from your mentality and from the experiences you were having, it made an arm that could best be suited to deal with the creature or the entity. That being an apparatus that could channel your energy. And thus, it made something.
I
Interesting.
was wondering about that.
That's why it took.
Hmm.
She kind of notes. You'll notice that it wasn't able to produce this immediately. It needed the information you process, and then when you rested in that area, it was able to comprehend that information and start printing something out. Henceforth, why when you fought the entity, it could spit something out to you. Hope, and she kind of says, the hope is that we could use this on a larger scale with the entire guild. Imagine the amount of information and things that could be fed to this to help people in real time.
Could I look at the while she's talking? Can I look at the big like printing machine?
Yep, you can.
Yeah, just to see like if there's gonna be any like problems in the future.
As you're looking at it, she'll kind of like note and say, though, she looks over at all of you. With equal measure, there's much danger with this as well.
Name them.
If this technology were to fall into the wrong hands...
6.
She looks over at all of you. There is that, I guess, yeah, you guys did see, like, not her, well, you saw her angry, finally, but you can see, like, a very serious, melancholic expression on her face. If anyone were to get the information about how the planet system works and replicate some of its effects, it could be extremely bad.
Yeah, very bad. An understatement. This thing, if it can be fielded on the goddamn ground for like an hours, yeah, I can see it being a problem. Especially if the fucking consortium had their hands on it.
Henceforth, why we did not share this information with all of you yet.
That's understandable.
Yep, very. Though I do have to field this question: do we have to worry about any third parties? Because I'm still remembering that one time during the ambush on the Alto settlement, Alto camp. I mean, I remember there was me and Crow were about to like get this one guy.
Yes, I looked over the combat data from that encounter.
Yeah, one of them was invisible, and they just left.
Camouflage, yes.
Yep.
That technology is not something that the Consortium has, unless it's going through a channeling apparatus and someone's using an invisibility spell. But that wasn't
unless
what that was.
Yeah, unless it's one of like the corporations who have been like looking over it.
Potentially. They seemed interested in the Vanguard unit. I'm curious. She kind of nods. It's like, I'm curious to know what they know about it. Also, speaking of, in that last engagement, she looks over like the casket and all of you, and she'll say, you utilized a special system in it. Probably by instinct.
Did we?
Casket would nod and just probably ask like what exactly that was, and she will say, there are many secrets with the Vanguard units. Many of them are very unique in their own way. To the guild's extent, the idea of the planet system was used in a more psychokinetic way. The system is able to interpret your mental fortitude and will, and from that extract out a tangible image into reality. In layman's terms, what I mean is, if you can put will and intent behind certain actions, you could cause them to have more force to them. There was psychokinetic reaction. When you thought, in the last fight, that you wanted to hit or you wanted to make a bigger impact, the units emitted a large amount of energy and caused a psychokinetic impulse in your weapon and fired the rounds at a much higher rapid rate. That's what I mean.
Yeah, we did experience that.
Yep. It was Casket's
Definitely
unit
gave us
that did it.
Mm-hmm.
That was those last few shots that his unit was making that like were tearing chunks through it. That was what was happening. But
yeah, definitely gave us the win there.
But the system is temperamental. As such, it was somewhat locked. However, it seems like the unit reacted to your own will and forcibly unlocked itself.
Interesting.
In any case, I imagine there will be more times when the system activates. Just know that she kind of says, I'll try to provide a repertoire of information that you can use to hopefully help your concentration. There are a few things that we know that you can think that should result in tangible things happening. But be careful, there's a concern of mental strain. Excuse me. There's a concern of mental strain that could happen on the pilot. Also,
Wow.
the unit builds up an immense amount of charge when this is activated. So, effectively, you'll most likely be unable to vent certain amounts of charge due to this constant generation. So just be careful.
Well, if you're careful. More so than others.
If you're wondering if we can put this system in all of your units, unfortunately, no. It's temperamental and it's difficult, but it also is locked only to vanguards. Something with the system only reacts that well with them. But the planet system will still suffice for the rest of you. Is there any questions?
Alright then. Above board would
Yes.
now be the time I would have to go?
No, not yet. That's where I was
Said
like,
2 weeks back?
I said it'd be about 2.5-ish weeks when you'd have to leave. So not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. So you'll be back for a couple of days before you have to leave, right? So.
Okay.
Back at the base, your base.
Yeah.
That was the clarification before we started. Yeah, that was my fault, not yours. I gave you the wrong amount of time. So.
All right.
I apologize. Because as soon as that ended, I remembered. I was like, wait, they're happening at the same time, and their shit doesn't happen until like another 3 weeks. So I was like, I think I said the wrong thing, but I'll check to make sure. And yeah, I was right. I did say the wrong thing. But anyway, sorry. Yes. Any questions that Kai will ask?
No.
Emiko raises a hand. So, if in case this thing, she nods to the printer foot. Is there any fail safes to self-destruct just in case to let it not fall in enemy hands?
Yes, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few of us have the activation code for it, however.
Just a few? What if someone not authorized to use it to have that fail-safe code?
That would be quite troubling. Henceforth, why I haven't told you what it is.
Well, better keep that in mind. Besides that, don't have no more questions. Keep making that that thing we had in the fight. I ain't having no complaints.
Yes, the version that you should get soon should have no longer have the purging function. That was due to the instability rate of your energy, but now that it's calibrated a lot more after your usage, it should be more stabilized.
Yeah, Emiko just smirks and says that's what I like to hear.
So what's going to be done with mine?
Right.
As soon as I point at my hunk of junk.
Yeah, the hunk of
shit. Yeah.
Yes.
Ty, you can probably get the other ones. You know that?
I would
you
recommend that you would stick with a guild armored knight. They are, you'll have to excuse my bias here, quite better designed than the Chevalier units, at least that are coming out now.
Well, I can attest to that. Personal experience, yeah, I'd say they are.
Not to mention, even from what the system says, she pulls up something, and you can see there's a bunch of different meters by everyone's you can almost imagine your little faces on a little screen with a bunch of different meters. She says, your pilot aptitude is actually quite high. Your skill level is far past what I would have expected for such a new pilot.
Where would the Emiko be up there?
Emiko is also high. You can I guess because you can all see them. She's not hiding them from you. Apani's is unconfirmed. That's because her piloting skills have only been in the simulation, so you see simulation results. Hers are at basically nominal levels. Like she's at very average levels currently. Just from those things. Emiko's are at high, very, very high skill. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Sure, yeah, hers are at regular high. Titus, yours are at regular high. And there's a little marker by yours, and she'll bring that up in a minute. Sayun's are at nominal. Gwendolyn's are at nominal. Brew's are at high as well. Latricia's are at very high, I will say. And Crow's are at nominal.
Damn, Crow, look at that. Our girls are higher than us.
And then it says, well, not surprised. Latricia was the best simulation pilot we had.
Jealous. I'm so jealous.
Well, I imagine now that we know more about her, it's probably due to whatever she was in before.
Yeah, but I can't complain.
No, I'm not.
Yep, certainly not me.
Also, I'm still at... You gotta look, so I'm still at nominal levels. Kinda like size.
No.
Guy's like, well, to be fair, considering that you don't have much combat experience, that's actually not bad. It would have generally been expected for you to be at a lower rate. It's alright. You can see she's like...
Could have been better. Yeah, could have been better. But there's always time for training, isn't that right, Crow? She's like a full-on grinning.
She says,
Actually, a little surprised how high I am.
Yes, and she'll pull up something with yours. It seems that your unit is the main issue with you. It's holding you back.
Could have figured that.
Yeah.
However, the system does have some suggestions. And she pulls something up.
Suggestion?
And you can see there is on a projection in front of you all, like on the floor, there is a new unit you can see there that looks... You can tell it's themed, but it's like kind of similar to your Rook unit, but it's not the same thing. The way the unit looks is very... It's definitely inspired, but it's different. It has like... It's a little bit like the shoulders are a little bit more puffed up, and kind of like the shoulder pads of what you'd expect like a knight. There's almost like this surcoat that goes around the side of it, made of this kind of metal lattice. And you can see that the singular eye or visor is kind of like this star, this kind of like a cross eye. So it seems the system is trying to develop a new unit based on your particular combat style.
It's basically giving you a little
I'm gonna like kind of examine how well can I examine it? Can I like?
Yeah, roll me knowledge engineering to see like what looking at. What are you looking like?
Could I roll it too?
Yeah.
Where'd my die go?
Also, Pawnee, feel free to do you as well, or to roll as well.
Where did my dice go? Damn it!
And also, I know you have about 30 minutes. I know, or 40-ish minutes.
Okay. Oh right.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, I know.
Okay, knowledge engineering.
21 for me.
Damn.
Nice. Oh, mine's just a
really...
+1.
Oh.
The DM
Oh wow!
frantically going into his... The DM
That's
frantically going into his notes about this unit. All right, if you want to see what it's... This is not what it actually will look like, but this is pretty damn close. This is what the what we were using as the template for certain things about it. It obviously doesn't have any of the weapons and stuff on it. You're gonna let me...
I really just want to know, do I see wings?
It does not have wings on it, but it does. You can see it says it does have an adapter though, similarly to the Pearl unit, so it could use the packs.
Okay.
As for me, Dragon, can I see anything like structural weaknesses, anything I could point out?
So obviously you can tell this thing is not finished. Like even in the schematic it's giving you, it's not done.
Yeah. Question, boss. That doesn't look finished at all.
Before I just realized one sec, let me send it. I pulled it up. I pulled up one of the inspiration art images. I didn't pull it up for everybody else. Let me do that. Okay.
It's all good. Yeah, as I was saying, I would say to Kaya, like, boss, Not gonna be a Debbie Downer, but that doesn't look even remotely finished at all.
There you go.
That looks like just a bunch of parade floats to me.
Alright, if you look in Shadow Guardians, you can see it now.
Mm-hmm.
It says,
Ooh. My God. What the fuck? The Maneth? What in the Astoria? God damn, that's good.
Oh yeah, you can tell what it's based off of, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Well, did you
yes,
get
for
what
all...
I said?
go, sorry, say again?
No, I said like, I said, it wasn't, it looked like it's unfinished and stuff. Basically just like a parade float of sorts.
Kaya says, well, the system hasn't been able to get as much information. Also, it's it's incorporating designs and information that's not... Huh. I see, it's using Fari's mind for this.
Yeah, look at that over there. She points out where the weakness is. Look at
Yes.
there. That is not finished.
Yes, it's not meant to be done yet. The schematic isn't finished. It seems like it's just
How
doing
long-
the skeleton. Hard to
And
say.
how long is this going to be until we can get back on the field then? Until
From-
like tires goes.
Considering that the unit is not exactly fully finished in its design process, it can't begin to print things out yet. However, I would say maybe within a few months or so, it should be completed.
So he's stuck with the piece of shit like mech there then.
No, that unit is going to be probably decommissioned and used to make parts of this one. The frame is still intact, though I imagine it will want to make some enhancements to it. The Rook Warrior, which is the unit you're using, Titus, is... well... it's not awful, but it's an old
absolutely terrible.
design. It's a
Don't
design
beat yourself
from
up.
nearly 10 years ago.
It's from before the war.
It's basically during the war, yes, you are correct.
Yeah, it's a
And-
piece of shit.
Due to that, they have done what they can to upgrade its frame and such, to make it somewhat keep up in this era, but you can tell that it is very much seeing its age. That being
That
said,
cutting corners.
yes, I do have some thoughts about where they might be cutting corners as well, but I believe that they've already made an announcement about a new model armored knight that they're working on, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is merely just they're using right now. No
Trust
doubt.
me, they're yeah.
Go ahead.
Trust me, they will like introduce a piece of shit and they will like fucking like say it's a new mech.
We'll see. I understand Javorio took a lot of information and engineering talent from some places recently. Perhaps we'll see. But either way, Titus, this unit, it says, I will have more information about this unit soon. It seems that the design frame, part of the design frame are using Eidolon tech, though. That'll be difficult, but I believe we can make some type of deal with Eidolon, or at least Everglow, and maybe funnel some of the stuff here.
Mm.
In the meantime,
Alright.
Titus, if you would, could you please use one of the other guild units for now? We can get another Pearl or a Vigilance or a Save Your Soul sent very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Whichever you prefer.
I just kind of look down again, just at my hands while I'm kind of.
Do I notice tires being down?
It's more like he's just deep in thought.
Deep in thought,
when he-
yeah.
Yeah. I like even kind of like looks at tires. Like, you okay, man? You don't seem alright.
Oh yeah, no, I'm great. I'm just thinking about something.
Did I mood check that?
Feel free.
Go
Kaya
ahead.
will also... Go, sir.
Oh, what should I roll? What should I roll the contest at?
Oh, are you trying to hide,
check.
like, your general thoughts and stuff?
Instinctual.
Yeah, and instinctual.
Or it's instinctual? Okay.
Yep, Pepper knows, yep.
Nope, 10.
You got a 10.
Hi.
Me.
Well, what about you,
Okay.
Titus?
So he's a little with the date. for the expedition coming up. He's just a little nervous
Antsy.
and worried about everything, what he's gonna say to Allure, what he's gonna say to Kaya. Is everything he's just thinking about. He's just nervous about all that.
She
So
kinda
the
says,
main
that's
thing
fine.
you get from him is that he's just a little antsy.
Yeah. Imiko like looks at him like up and down, and says, "Hey, if it's anything like bothering, just say so, okay?"
Kaya will kind of
It's
speak
not.
up. Oh, go, sorry.
No. She's like whispering to her, like, "Hey, it's all good, okay? Just like if you ever need to talk, just say so, right?" She taps her on the side.
Kaya will speak up and kind of say, Titus, if it's... She kind of says, there's no reason to feel upset about your unit's state. It, again, wasn't your fault. This unit is very much holding you back.
In the background, piece of shit. That's a piece of shit.
I will
It's not.
ensure that
Not the unit.
this new unit production is made sure to be the highest of quality for you. Crow kind of will also nod and he says, I can also make sure it is.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
This is what our teammates for, right? Cover for each other's
Probably.
faults, right?
Yeah, I'll lend a hand too, if you'll have me.
Crow's like, Imiko, do you really know what you're doing with like a wrench?
Remember the last time I did so?
You shocked yourself.
That was on the panels, and you know it. I'm good on. Remember, Namus?
I still remember you screaming.
And I remember walking in on her afterwards. It was an interesting introduction.
She waggles her eyebrows, and she's like smug about it. But
Oh.
yeah. Crow, you remember how we remember like Nameless, and also how I discovered the the planet system beforehand. Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That was kind of a fluke, though. Come on.
A fluke? Nah. We'll go see about that. She drags him to the mech, to Titus' piece of shit mech. Like, let's go see it.
he'll accompany you. Meanwhile, Kyle will look over to you, Titus.
Oh. Hmm?
And she says, Brew wanted... Brew, oh, by the way, Brew isn't here, you notice? Well, he's flying the ship, so that's why he's not here. And she's like, also, don't worry, Brew is aware of the planet system. I informed him about that. That being said,
Good.
He did mention that you wanted to talk with me when we got back.
Yeah, I did. We can wait till we actually land.
We should be
It's not
landing within the next day or so.
Okay then.
Besides, I need to speak with Imiko and Kuro. She kind of nods. If that's all, she kind of looks at everyone. I bid you adieu for the day. Go relax and enjoy yourselves.
I go over to Allure. Would you want to help me pick out a new mech, I guess?
And it says, of course. She kind of says, though, I know the guild has good things, but I wouldn't mind getting an auto mech for you, personally.
I wouldn't mind that either.
She kind of, when you say that, there's a smirk on her face when you say that, like a very pleasant smirk, and she says, well.
You hear in the background, Imiko you can hear a wolf whistle like, yeah, go get it, Titus. Yeah.
I pick up a lug bolt and I chuck it at him.
It just donks you in the side of the head. Crow's like,
nah, she does.
You're really...
like, oh.
Roll me a deafness. Let me roll a deafness. Roll me a deafness, Imiko.
Yeah, give me that deafness, boy.
Yeah. And then Titus, just roll me like a range attack roll. or a thrown weapon attack.
That would be... Would I use
Vitality, plus your burst bonus plus and 1d20.
Damn, that's just comical Imiko hours. It's a 13.
Alright. And my vitality plus my burst, so what's that, a 5? Ooh! I already got a 15.
15? Imiko, as she tries to dodge out of the way, she gets donked in the top of the head. And Crow's like, you know you had that coming now, come on.
Nope. She and she raises a finger I should be like, nope. Still worth it.
He just sighs.
Yeah.
Laura like looks over and she just shakes her head. Ignore her. Anyways.
I always do.
Yes, we can. Gina says, "Let's go talk about it. It's in the mess hall or something."
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you guys just walk off to go talk about the mess hall. And she'll tell you basically like the differences between like the two units. She'll also mention like that the unit she's using, the Odyssey, is if you're looking for something that's a bit more like moddable, that one would be a better choice because it can use it has the same adapter that the Pearl does, meaning it can use all the different packs.
Okay.
Whereas the
I think I might.
the Waya is a lot more kind of, when I say standardized, it's a lot more like what you get is what you have. But you can still customize the weapons and choose, like, if you wanted guild weapons and other stuff. Just, like, it can't use the adapter. It's got its own, like, stuff on it already. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we can talk about that above board later. Like,
Definitely we can.
But
definitely need to do that. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we will accelerate time.
Yeah.
This now technically we're gonna accelerate and then decelerate in a moment, but there's a reason why. You'll see.
Too many accelerations. We get old.
Yes, you're gonna grow old. All right, so Titus, mainly because this will probably not take long. Titus, after you guys land, within the first day, basically like after like resting a little bit, you know, jet lag, 4-day travel. Kaya will call upon you the next day, I'd say. Not within the first day, sorry. In the second day, I meant to say. Kaya will call upon you to come to a meeting room at your base.
Yeah.
Fari will be in there with her, and Brew will be to the side, basically, like already waiting in the room, back to the wall.
Yeah.
And Kaya will just say, "So, Titus, you wanted to speak with me."
On
Brew
the
said it was
way
close.
there,
Yes.
I kind of signal for Apani and Casket to come.
To come with you? Okay, yeah, cool.
Well, not come with me, but just make their way there whenever they get there.
Okay. Apani, are you there?
Dragon, Tyrus. Could I assume like Emiko's like around or something to see like what's going on or
Just
something?
roll me a awareness.
Yeah.
We'll see if you notice any. I wouldn't. It's not odd movement. People walking around is not odd inherently. Just like notice people kind of getting up to go somewhere.
Yeah, more like interesting like events happening and stuff.
Yes.
More like that. That'll be a 13. Oh wow, that's a 13 again.
13.
Damn, 13s.
I would say Apani is probably gonna try to be sneaky, so I'm gonna roll for her if she's not here. I assume she's not, but that's alright. Wow, that was painful. Okay, let me fix that.
Just like smash it together with the 1d20.
Yeah, I also didn't spell roll right. It's I missed an L. Okay, Pawnee, you do not notice a Pawnee. Brew, you definitely don't notice Brew. I already know you're not going to notice Brew. Who is the other one? Casket. I am gonna roll for Casket. I'm being fair here, so I want to make sure that like if someone does.
Not 20 it. Come on, give me the clown. Oh.
What? Just I see. 8. Ooh.
I mean, yes.
All right. As you're walking, as you're kind of like doing different stuff with actually, this is actually an important question because I know where they would be coming from. Emiko, on the second day when you get back, where would you be?
Where would I be? I think.
Mostly, generally speaking.
Thinking of like.
If you're curious where Crow is, I can tell you where he would be.
Yeah, probably like where engineering stuff, like probably
in the hangar room, basically.
Yeah, to take 5 and stuff to, probably get some lunch for each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, Casket is probably going to go from his room, so I actually think you wouldn't necessarily. I'd say you would cross Casket when you're going to get food one time. like maybe
Yeah.
from the mess hall, you would just see him like walking down the hallway, headed somewhere off the ship and into the base. That's it.
Yeah. You away from where he usually like walks around, right?
I wouldn't say like necessarily away from where he usually walks, just kind of like just walking somewhere. He doesn't seem like he's trying to hide necessarily. He's just kind of walking.
Huh. I think she would like slink, not like slink behind like Hank just to see what they're doing.
Are you gonna be stealthy about this, or are you just gonna follow him?
Selfie.
All right, roll me a
I
stealth.
was about to say.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Best be good. Best be good to me, roll.
Uh-oh.
Please,
I tell you
dice.
now.
Give me a good one.
Uh-oh.
I tell you now. My passive awareness is pretty high. So it better be. Ooh.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I think she would be probably like behind Casket, but she's not like particularly like hiding herself well.
I'm
Like,
gonna just check.
what are you doing?
I'm pretty sure he beat you even just with his base roll. Yeah, 17. All right. He immediately like turns around and notices you, Imiko, and just kind of asks
Hey,
what
Kevin.
you're. He's like, "Is there something wrong?
I don't know. Where you going?
A meeting, or something? I don't know."
Oh. What kind of mean?
He shrugs, like he just says, "I don't know."
Did I come?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Titus, would you have told him to not tell certain people this information?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's Casket, I would have told him specifically to not tell anyone,
All right,
including
Imiko, what did you say? I want to make sure I know what you said so I can say what he would say probably.
I feel like could I see this like little meeting of yours? Just a little quick peek.
Honestly, I think he would just say no.
No. Why?
I
Who
was
said?
told not to tell you.
By whomst?
I can't tell you that.
Could I make it like a roll to see like who told him that or something?
I mean, I'm gonna have to say not really, because it's kind of like you wouldn't be able to just know off the top of your head or like off any basis.
Yeah, she like she makes like a little cartoon. She like thinking pose like
He kind of shrugs and he's like, "It's nothing.
Brew?
I don't think it's against you or anything, Imiko. I'm not supposed to tell other
Oh
people
no,
either."
I'm curious. I'm usually curious. Is it Brew? Is it Tommy?
Titus, did you tell him who else you were gonna tell or no?
No.
Then he would just shrug and say,
Is it Apani?
He shrugs.
Is it Kaya?
He shrugs.
Who is also secret? She deadpan stares at the cafe. Is it Titus?
I don't know who else knows. If anyone else knows?
Did Titus tell you this?
No.
I'm gonna check that.
Yeah, go ahead. He's not lying. Titus didn't tell him who else was there. He's being honest. So yeah, go ahead and roll mood.
Oh no, I was like telling like who's like holding the meeting of sorts.
Oh, did Titus
Yes.
tell you this? No, he didn't tell him this. He doesn't know who the meeting is being held with.
Oh.
He could assume, but he doesn't know for a fact. Maybe it's the people that are also in the group. Maybe it's someone else. He doesn't know. Not yet until he gets there.
Alright. Can I at least like see a quick peek before I go?
He kind of looks over. Are you just going to follow me?
Her only answer is just a little her usual devious smirk.
He is going to call something. Titus, as you're sitting down and Kaya is asking, so you wanted to talk to me. You hear a ring on your transceiver device on your ear.
What the hell?
It's Casket.
What?
Imiko wants to follow me.
Hello.
You hear in the background.
Hey, Dave.
I just sigh. No,
Do not-
never mind. Just come get you afterwards.
Okay. And he just start walking back to the ship. He's gonna go back to his crickets. Hey,
Do not
Yumiko,
take
are you
the-
going to follow him? Because you did say you were like, oh, I'm probably gonna follow him, or you didn't say, but you insinuated. He's gonna go back to his crickets in his room.
Yeah, you know. You know what? Yeah, she would probably go and interact with like Kath.
You follow him back to his room. He goes into the room. I mean, he doesn't lock the door. You can see him playing with his crickets and like feeding them, and doing that. If you ask him any questions about what's happening, he just says, "I can't tell you." He does not change his demeanor there. It doesn't seem like he's trying to be rude. He just seems like he can't tell. Like he doesn't. It seems like he's been compelled not to tell you, and he's
even
keeping
if
to
she's
that
like
promise.
a bit like, even if she's like a bit like frustrated at her as she didn't get anything, she's probably not like she's probably gonna chill with like Kath for a bit and like interact with her like little buggers
20
before
minutes
going back to
later,
Crow.
Crow's like, man, I wonder where Imiko went with food. I'm kind of hungry. Anyway, meanwhile, back at the actual meeting, so Apani will say arrives without much issue. Probably a little bit midway into the conversation though, so Kyle would just say, "Is everything all right?"
Yeah, just people being nosy. It's no big deal.
I see.
I guess I can just start.
She nods.
So you guys know where I came from. You know what I did.
Nods. She nods.
The people I ran.
She nods. Spari nods.
They. Well, I'm not entirely sure where they all are. It seems that they split up, but one of them has contacted me. And they've requested a meet. I know that this is sort of dangerous territory, especially given what we both were involved in. But there's a middleman there that's going to be involved in a meeting, and I trust him with my life. And I owe it to him at least to check it out.
She kind of thinks, and closes her eyes listening.
I would go by myself. I would just straight up leave. But I'm trying something different. And I'm asking for help. Yours, Bruce, Connie's, Caskets. And I want to be straightforward. I want to make sure you guys know that I'm not trying anything here. I simply just want to help out an old friend. But this job is going to be dangerous. I just have a feeling.
She leans back.
I know for a fact that if I go myself, I'm not going to be prepared for what's happened. So I need to borrow some members of the team. I don't want to take everyone just to railroad our whatever our next operation would be. Just a couple people. Handle this, and then we'll come back.
Bari kind of looks over, and she says, "You have done." She kind of says, "I imagine that you can understand the concern that would be levied from your past history after just hearing about certain information about this group and what it works on." Looks over at you.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to keep any secrets.
Kaya kind of says, "That's respectable. I know the type of person you were before, Titus. You do know that Dorian is the reason why you're here, right?"
Mm-hmm. And Dorian's the reason why I'm leaving.
She nods. To be forthright with you, we were aware of your conversation.
Are we monitoring the call?
Fari kind of says, I don't think that that's too surprising considering your past.
I guess. Still, that seems like kind of a breach.
Kaya says, it was. And while I do apologize for it, you should. She kind of says, after certain things, we had to make sure of some things. Mainly that you would be safe.
Okay. Kind of sits back and sits up straight.
Fari kind of says, I tried to do some digging on this person, now that I recognize the name. Yes. Also, yeah.
Return of the fucking Panani.
Yes, Pulani
Yes.
is their name. Pulani is their name. There was a typo, and my brain. Yes.
Should be the typo.
Funny that Bonnie came back for that. Anyway.
Hey, Nero.
Pulani. Yes, Pulani.
Yes.
She will kind of say, I did some looking at this Pulani individual. I found the same things that Dorian did, or lack thereof. They keep themselves quite hidden, even in the underbelly. The guild doesn't even have any information about them. Well,
Not surprising.
nothing major, at least. Kaya kind of says, this individual could be someone dangerous. But all the more reason, potentially, then, to go help your friends out. She looks over at you, Titus. Thank you for coming to us with us.
Yeah. Though it seems like they probably wouldn't have much of a choice either way.
She kind of says, oh. Why do you say that?
Well, I'm sure if I just up and left, you would have taught me beforehand. Then we would have been having this conversation, but just in a different sense. That's what I kind of chuckle.
Perhaps. But that's not how this conversation is going. Fari kind of nods,
Yeah.
and she, saying that. Kaya will sit up and say, we can requisition the Armored Knight for you. Caskets, Vanguard, Corpse. We can have you use a unit in the meantime as well. One of the guild ones, for now. And then also Apani's unit, her pro units, and she says, and another unit for Brew, another pro for Brew. Also, we can requisition you to use the Shadow Guardian's vessel, the Stratosphere.
Really?
She looks over. Brew kind of nods. You didn't think we were going to just let you fly out there without some big guns, did you?
I didn't think. No, I didn't actually. I assumed it'd just be a shuttle.
She kind of looks over, and Kaya says, we try to help our friends when we can. Gives you a little smile.
Kind of in shock. He like blushes a little bit and chuckles. Wow. Okay then. Thank you.
Dorian sought to give you a new lot in life. She kind of puts her hands together, kind of like tapping her fingertips. We've all done things in the past we're not proud of. But that's not what defines us. It's what we choose to do afterwards. Dorian saw that in you. And maybe he saw it in other people as well. And she looks over at you. So, this is the best we can do. It'll be relatively off the books, but considering that it's not exactly too tricky to file a simple quest about a routine aid for a salvage operation. There's nothing that's really going to be that conspicuous or a problem.
Okay, then.
She nods.
Good.
It says, Titus, I share this bad feeling you have. Kaya kind of says. Fari kind of nods, or not Fari, Kaya would say that, and then Fari kind of says, yes, I'm also not exactly, not that you're, nothing to do with your friend Dorian, or even that person that's supposed to be with him, Balin. Something else, just... The more I look into this Polanian individual, the more suspicious I get about it. I don't know who they got involved with, but... Nobody is that clean in the underworld.
Yeah. It just doesn't sit right. I don't know why.
It gives me the feeling that someone deliberately, I don't even know if it's him, but maybe someone connected to him is hiding things.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we don't have enough information to really go off, only just speculation. You'll have to get more from Dorian.
Yeah.
It seems like you'll be heading to the Memorem area as well for this operation. So... Nods.
Great.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll just
time to go back there
says,
soon.
Above board, I have to leave soon for
Yep.
the other.
It's all right.
It's alright.
Ease.
I will ask upon it, because you're arriving about this point now. As you would say, I'd say you'd hear the last bit of the conversation right when Kaya said, we do what we can for our friends," or "we try to do what we can for our friends." That's when you would have entered in, and heard like the rest of this. Then she'll look over. If that's all, then you should be all. I'll make sure that everything's ready. She looks over at Brew, and he kind of says, "I can have the ship refilled by tomorrow morning." We shouldn't need to leave, though. He's like, we shouldn't need to leave, though, until another, what, 4 or 5 days, give or take?
Okay.
And it says,
In that case, I'll get myself prepared.
yes, it'll give us time to get that unit as well. And it says, she kind of says, actually, she kind of says, Alor told me that you might be interested in auto units. Believe it or not, we have 2 that are sitting around, actually, given to us from the last operation. Gifts, you could say.
Really?
She nods. If you'd want to take one of those instead, feel free.
Yeah. I'll go look.
Yep, she says they'll be in one of the main hangars on the base. It says there's a Waya unit as well as a. I might be cutting out. My signal's getting bad. Sorry. There's a Waya unit as well as a Adesehedi.
You're filming.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, she will check that way. Alright.
Thank you again.
He nods. Now, I have to go talk with 2 troublesome kids. She looks up over to Fari.
Yay, 2 fucking idiots. Particularly one idiot.
She sits up, she says, I will see you all later.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Yes.
Oh, my D4.
She just sighs.
I lost it.
She says that.
The bit.
Fari kind of looks over. Alright, I should probably tell them too. Just in case, she looks over. I won't. She kind of says, shortly soon, I won't be here anymore.
Where? Where are you going?
I have something I need to do. Moreover, Kaya kind of looks. Oh, did they go through the authentication, the request? She kind of says, nods. There's like a little bit of a somber but happy smile. And she kind of she says, I'm going to be heading to mainland central Consortium in the Lapsus province. I'll be overseeing some of things the guild's trying to do in the area.
Oh. Good luck with that.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be an interesting experience. I'll be in the heart of the very beast I was fighting against many years ago.
Politics.
Well, I don't envy you.
Mm. But if there's
Says we're like a
something
little
good I
cheap.
can do there, then I want to.
Mm.
Besides, I have aspirations of becoming a pillar eventually. And this is part of that process. I'm sure our paths will cross again, though.
Yeah. Let's hope.
She nods. I get she looks
That's
over
it
at
then.
Kaya, and she'll
oh.
say, oh good, sir.
Oh no, you first.
She says, I guess that, she's like, I guess that means you'll be their main handler from now on. She nods, she kind of nods back to that, and she says, though, I would say that you have already been for the most part. I've just been around. And that's just it. They kind of share that moment. And
Yeah.
Kari will leave.
Mm.
Well, and go find a loot.
Alright.
Cute.
Apani, feel free. You can, I know you have to dip now. Feel free.
Yeah. See you later.
See you later.
Mm.
Bye.
Yeah. D&D.
So, meanwhile, Imiko. You
Yeah.
have... Go, sir.
Yeah. During that intermission, like, I think she would be bored of, like, you know,
Of watching
interacting
a
with
robot interact, or a sentinel interact with fucking crickets for
Oh
like
no, she was
20 minutes.
like, she was like lost in thought, like while she was like feeding the crickets with like calf, and then she remembered that she had to go and get some lunch for her and like her crow.
Yep, the trays
Yeah,
are just
so
sitting
after
on
that,
Casket's bed.
yeah, and then she just like hurriedly goes back to Crow in the engineering room.
Yep, you can
Yeah,
see
sorry.
Crow is currently upside down, hanging off of one of the units. You can see his claws like gripped onto some of the metal of the arm, and he is like fixing something on the torso of the unit.
Huh. You know, if you weren't a bird, I always thought you would have been a bat.
He kind of looks over at you and he says, he kind of looks and he's like, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment, but I guess I will. And he kind of continues working. Also, where's the food? It's like 30 minutes. It's been like 20 or 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, I've been like busy a bit with like apparently there was a meeting of sorts.
A meeting? What about? I didn't hear anything
Yeah.
about it. You can see he like puts the wrench in his mouth and you can see him finagling with something.
Yeah, apparently like there's some secret like meeting with like Kath and apparently Tyre Fapani and apparently Kaya too. I don't know. I don't know.
No.
Who knows?
What makes you think it's those four? Or three. Wait, Tyus Pawnee.
She
Yeah,
shrugs. I don't know. Yeah, she shrugs and just like places the sandwiches and drinks on the table. Yeah, well, that line of thought like left me already since I was like busy, you know, interacting with Kath and his like little bug friends. Forgot about like the time went by.
You were messing with around Casket, and you left the.
And the
didn't get the food
bugs,
yet.
don't forget that. Hey,
Couldn't you have just
I
brought
kinda
the
like
food
bugs.
here before you did that?
Well, sometimes you have to wait in suspense. She smiles instantly.
Yeah, suspense and hunger are not exactly my ideas of a fun time. He plops down, kind of flapping down, and he'll walk over to the table and pick up a sandwich and start eating it.
Yeah. Yeah, she eats in like yeah, conversational, like eating while she's like conversing with her, with Crow.
Yep. And after about 5 or so minutes, Kaya will walk into the hangar area, and she will fly over and land. And she kind of looks over. Is something wrong, Kaya? He kind of like rubs his mouth. And she looks over at you. You two, we need to talk.
Ah, this is about the Paracalda shit, isn't it?
Yes, it is about the Paracastle shit. First of all, how are you two feeling as of late?
You look at Crow.
He kind of looks at you. Pretty good. I mean, he kind of
pretty good.
stretches his arms.
Yeah, she rolls around her neck and like, popping a bone here and there. Not bad.
Right. She'll reach into her bag and she'll say, I finished working on this. It took a few more days than I thought it would, but I had to tune it to the right affinity. And she will hand you the collar.
Choker.
Yes, the choker.
Yeah. I call it.
She nods and says, "No, if she'll help like wrap, like if you need help, she'll help like put it around your neck and stuff." Says,
No, I think she like gingerly like takes it from her hands and just like places like expertly like puts it around her neck.
there's some soft cushions on the inside, so it doesn't like it kind of. There's a moment where it kind of squeezes a bit. You know how when you get your blood pressure taken, there's like that inflation of the balloon before it like pulses away and slowly goes away, starts to go back or recede. That's what you feel for a moment. Like pulses, you might be getting a feel for your neck, and then it like it releases, and it feels really comfortable after that. It's like it kind of was probably getting a good size for your like neck and tension.
Yeah, she tucks it a bit like to like make it fit better.
Yeah.
But after like you know, she goes. You know what would have been like best with? I think it would have been like with gauntlets of sorts too, fingerless too.
Maybe I'll figure something out.
That too. Yeah,
But
pretty good.
outside of that, this should help with your paracausal keeping your sanity and instinctual in check.
Well, besides those two, they are
Also,
already in check.
It should help with
The
your
pair them.
kind of things. It should also help with any odd voices you hear.
You mean the whisper stuff?
Have you
Well,
heard? She kind of looks over. Crow kind of like looks. His ear raises when she says that. She kind of says, "Have you heard any odd voices from people? Well, not people, but a specific voice from you."
she takes a bite out of her sandwich. She's like with Crow, probably over like fixing the mechs. I'm assuming. She looks at like here and there, then she looks back at Tyre. What kind of certain like voice, like hallucination type?
Not like the whispers, and not like the thing you met, that entity you met. Something else, something that might seem familiar.
I mean, like somewhat. I don't follow.
Recognizable. It might remind you of something or someone.
She looks like Crow. Crow? Do you know what it is?
He kind of like stops working on something for a moment on the leg. Oh yeah, that other voice thing. Right. He kind of says, I don't really hear it too much, but I know that it's common among paracausal wielders, a phantom voice or something they hear. It's different apparently for all of us too. Don't know why. Kaya kind of says, yes, I'm not exactly sure either. But paracausal wielders tend to have a voice that they hear.
Well, there was that one time, back when we were fighting the Guardian. I remember that. I remember rooting through its circuitry to get the brain chip, right? Then I remember when I took it and I look at it, I remember the voice. It told me to place it into my NLD. It'll be fun, it said. It'll be good. And then I
Crow kind of leans over looking. He's like, that would have most certainly not been good. I don't...
Yeah, well, thankfully Apani stopped me before it could. And in retrospect, yeah, it would have been bad.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
He's like looking at you like, yeah, that sounds really bad.
Does your voice ever tell you that?
To do stupid things?
Yes.
Actually, yeah, kind of. Before it has. Maybe not stupid, but just impulsive, maybe?
Like what?
He kind of like scratches the back of his neck a little bit. Like slightly embarrassed, you can tell. He's like,
You can tell me? You already know, like, I almost fucking, like, probably died.
yeah,
Besides, we're both idiots anyway.
Kai's like, you're not idiots.
Well, the things we do on the field, though, they'll say otherwise.
kind of shakes her head. Crow kind of speak up. It's hard to tell, but I remember one of my episodes. I was struggling with something. I can't remember what. Oh, I remember. There was a time when I was with Latricia, and some people were. I think they were some Lapsians. They were giving her a bit of a hard time. Some Consortium people. They were talking about how she was overly tall and kind of big and stuff. And I got a little agitated and hit in the head with something, and I don't remember much, but I remember Latricia stopped it pretty quickly from getting out of hand, but just getting something just telling me. I got really angry. I think I was just getting a little bit too upset.
She places the hand on his side. Hey, it's all right. Besides, it's reasonable. Some idiots try to step up to like Trisha, and you try to stop it too. Your voice, I guess. No, I don't know what your voice was about to do, but in the end, though, at least you tried to stop her.
Yeah, Kaya kind of says they can be prone to depressive things, and he kind of says his voice can often make him quite depressive statements, it seems, or anger-inducing ones. It's not uncommon for paracausal builders to hear these type of things.
I see. You hear them recently, from time to time?
Kyle kind of shakes his head. No, actually, not for a while. At least the last year, it's been pretty rare.
Huh.
Kind of like, thanks. There was some things we started doing, some routines, meditation type things and other stuff, but
Kind of like meditation and stuff.
more
Meditation?
like introspection, I would describe it as. I'm not exactly sure why, but this voice, it seems to be quite knowledgeable about the person that hears it. I'd almost describe it like a subconscious thing, but when they interact more with it, sometimes they can be more receptive.
Receptive?
And once, but after that, they tend to quiet down the more calm one becomes, or more adjusted, I believe is the term that you use, Crow. Crow kind of nods. It's like, yeah. I feel like when, the last time I heard it was actually recently. Okay. After, he kind of blushes a bit after, things with,
what?
You know, you and Trish.
What about what? She stops herself and as a growing grin. Oh, you mean that? Well, what did it say?
Nothing.
She leaned into him oh yeah?
Just,
yeah? Come on, say it.
Well, I remember having this thought afterwards of undeservingness, I guess I'd say.
Oh.
And I remember
Really?
that voice also kind of flooding in. And I don't know how to say it, but maybe after a few moments, I realized that it was almost speaking with me. And when I noticed it, I guess I thought, why are you thinking this? Why aren't you happy? And, well, after I thought that, it had how would I describe it? there was this feeling like, you know when you're surprised or caught out, so to speak?
Yeah.
I felt that. Maybe not for me, but something or someone else. And then I thought, why are you... Why don't you want to be... why don't...
Why don't you be happy?
Yeah. And
Hmm.
the feeling receded. It went away.
Hmm. Point blank question, girl. Look at me right now.
He looks over at you. Okay.
Are you happy?
Uh,
Are you happy now?
yeah, I'm pretty happy.
She looks closer. She leans in closely, even though it's like,
Yeah.
short and stuff. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm... he, like, nods. I'm happy.
Then she she climbs up on him and she says, "Do you love me?"
Yeah, I definitely do. As he says that...
Thought he was gonna say, I think I.
I think I did not. Look, that went from I think to I do after hearing some things recently. It definitely went to I do. But Imiko, roll me soul sensing.
Oh my god. Soul
Yeah.
sensing. Oh, it is a fucking
It's a 1.
It is.
Well, let me
That is-
roll for Kaya. She's got a pretty good one. But even... Alright.
Damn.
What'd you get, Imiko? She got a high plus, but...
That's an 18.
Okay, you guys sent it. Alright. You sense this... There's a thrum of energy for a moment when he says, I do love you. You feel this presence around him. It doesn't feel aggressive. There's just like this presence of like energy that you haven't really felt before, but you recognize as that kind of energy that wound when you shot that final shot around into that entity. That's kind of weird black and purple energy that like shot through, that was on top, that was kind of layered within yours. It's that same kind of feeling. And Kaya even notices it as well, but you definitely kind of pick up on it too a bit more. It just kind of hangs there a little bit, and there's this.
What's it feeling like?
Yeah, the
What's it
feeling
feeling
is the big thing. It feels like there's this aura. It's kind of fucked up to describe it like this, but there's this kind of weird aura of, I'd almost say, dissatisfaction and kind of unsuredness, but it's not directed at you. It's directed towards Crow.
So you love me, right?
Yeah, I do.
I know I'm not doubting it, but you don't love yourself. You think you're not worth it.
When you say that,
Because
yeah, you feel that feeling a lot more. Good.
Don't think about that. Don't think about that. As she hugs him, and then that aura, just like his, also like flares up too. Just to it's like basically like dope slapping it in the back of the head. You dumbass. I'll always love you.
He kind of looks like I'm confused. And as she's kind of stuttering there, you can feel that kind of same sensation kind of meld with yours for a moment before simmering down and subsiding. It's like it kind of says that's.
She hugs him tight.
That's
Yeah.
odd.
You okay?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I don't know. I feel okay.
You don't feel like you're a piece of shit or anything. Don't feel like that. You're kind of like a nerdy shit that I like. Sorry, I'm mad at words here.
Hannah looks. Yeah. I feel fine, I guess. He kind of looks a bit confused. Kaya's... You can see Kaya's just been kind of looking as well. And she's like, interesting.
What's interesting?
I've recorded this before, but I've only seen it a few times. Paracausal synchronicity, or polarity, is I think what the term sometimes is called. It's not entirely only paracausal uses to experience this, but when two spiritual auras melt, there's some interesting sensations that can happen. You know that the soul is the closest to the emotions, right?
Well, funny that, because I'm more of a god, more of like a earthly sort of like earthly science sort of gal. So I don't know about magic and stuff.
He nods. Well, not many people are too understanding of spiritual energy, but yes, spiritual energy is tied very intrinsically to the soul, or no, to the soul, to the emotions of a person, and that reflects in their soul. Color and hue can often be very determinate on a person's affinity of a certain element, but it also can tell you certain things and properties about their mental state, or moreover, their emotional state.
Interesting. She looks at Crow. So, Crow, do you feel anything, or have it died down now?
I wasn't feeling anything before, I think. Maybe I was?
Yeah, well,
Crow, she kind of looks
yeah.
over. Crow and you aren't exactly the most spiritually sensitive normally, it seems. Though in that moment, it seems like you were able to detect Crow's emotions.
Oh yeah, definitely. There was like a lot of like self-loathing and shit. But
He like looks. I'm not self-loathing.
Han, yeah, you are. You kind of are. But don't worry, I love you.
Meanwhile, she kind of looks over. Meanwhile, your energy is somewhat erratic, but
Hey, I'm not erratic.
there's
I'm
like
not
a
erratic. Am
bit
I,
of a
Crow?
chuckle from her when she. That Crow's like, well,
Come on, I'm not erratic.
Shana says, there's definitely aggression behind yours. Not directed at Crow or yourself even. Just seems to be
Yeah,
bleeding out.
I was. I was about to say, because usually, when I'm usually going to go all out, usually I'm all aggressive. But when I'm with Crow, and especially whatever the fuck it's inside him, it's kind of relaxing. Then again, hmm, it probably likes whatever's inside him too, I guess.
As much as yes, Helena has said to you that I know certain things about paracausal energy, it is regretful to tell you that I'm not super versed in it as well. I have my information I've known from taking care of Crow and some people in my life that were paracausal wielders as well.
Well, the way you raised him, she looks at Crow again, and she looks back at Tyre. You did a fine good job of raising him.
There's definitely like a smile on her face when you say that. She's like, well, I'm just
Yeah,
happy that
don't
he's
kid yourself.
happy.
Don't kid yourself. You did a good job.
Oh,
Own it.
right.
Own the girl.
That brings up your particular thing as well. Lyshishka did tell me about something. I
Oh
never really
God, did you?
detected it, but until now it's very apparent. It seems like your proximity to the entity might have awakened your latent abilities that might have been dormant.
Yeah. Well, what did Auntie say?
Lyshishka told me about certain things, an incident many years ago.
No. Oh, hey, whoa. We don't want to go back there. Nah. She chuckles nervously. Yeah, we don't have to go back there.
Yeah, he looks. I'm not going to retread it at the moment, though I have a feeling it might be where much of the animosity in your energy is coming from. Or maybe something further from that. She kind of thinks.
No.
Regardless,
But
that Carlo should be able to do a lot, at least with keeping you under control. The more energy you use, the more chance there is of your energy spiking. That Carlo should do a lot of keeping that spike from going too overzealous.
and if I need to do it, do I have to rip it off?
If you need to do what?
In case I need that full power.
I would strongly
She.
advise you not, but in the worst case
Hmm.
scenario where you need it, she kind of sighs. There's a button on the side left back portion. It will remove the collar.
Interesting.
And you can like kind of feel around for it, and there's like a little tab that you can definitely feel like you could press. When that's done, when you press that button, you'll need to say the authentication code for it.
And I'm guessing you have the authentication go.
Yes. She nods. But
Hmm.
I'll
Smart.
give it to you as well.
Okay. The. I need to ask a question, Kaya. Crow, have you ever experienced this voice? Have it ever controlled you before? Need to ask. Because weird question, I know.
He kind of says, has it ever controlled me before? I mean, I've heard it a few times, but control,
Like, control your body of sorts.
I mean,
Like what
I
happened
think
with nutrition.
I know if... And he kind of stops himself. Oh, right. There was that. Kaya says, the incidents where I met Crow, and the incident involving Latricia and the little bullying incident that happened when the Consortium earlier. Before they met you, of course. Those were 2 times where Crow had a little episode. Crow doesn't remember much of the events of that time, but he kind of nods and he's like, yeah, no, I do actually remember. He says, that is what being in an uncontrolled feral state is like. It's like watching your body move, and sometimes not being even aware of its actions.
Even when you accept it too.
She nods. But we believe that uncontrolled state is tied to this other voice that you hear. It's moreover when that entity takes full control, or most of control.
Okay. Well, now authentication code. Give it to Crow. I trust him. And probably get yourself a copy too, just in case. Don't give it to me.
She looks. Are you... She nods. I see why.
No. Just in case. I trust you. Well, I trust you now, boss. And I trust you. I trust you, love. I know. You'll do me right.
Crow kind of looks a little bit like concerned, but he just kind of looks over at Kaya and she just nods. Says, "If that is her wish." He looks back to you and he nods very affirmatively, like, "All right, He says, "I'll give it to him later." For now, though, there's some special types of training I want you two to do.
Okay. Oh.
This would be making sure that your spiritual control is kept in check. You're not quite spiritually aware, and generally in spiritual channeling you're quite novices. It'd be best
I can
if
always
you know
do this.
what you can
I can
do.
snap my finger like this. And she snaps her finger just like a blaze of white fire.
She kind of
Yeah, I
looks
can do
over.
this.
There is more to spiritual energy control than simply snapping a finger. She holds out her hand, and there is like you can feel like the wind. You're in an enclosed room, but you can feel like wind begin to cycle around and blow around the room, and you can see these golden speckles kind of all appearing within the room. There is more to spiritual energy than just snapping your fingers.
Well, what happens if I can do that, but even more?
First, let's focus on control. Then we can focus on effect.
Okay. Yes.
And Gina says, "So, for the time being until leading up to the next mission, I'll be attending that mission with you all. So, we'll be doing some training." And
yeah.
So, now, accelerating time. Once more.
That was so low.
Titus. Paul?
Sorry, I'm here. I was muted.
Yep. Oh, I should have said you're muted if you didn't realize. I forgot.
I forgot.
That's alright. So, Titus,
Mhm.
the day arrives, and it is time for you all to get up and leave. You'll go early in the morning, just so you can make sure you get
Yeah.
there on early enough, because you got a couple. You actually do have a couple days travel to get where you need to go.
Yeah.
So.
So I gather everything. If anyone is now like okay. So during the little couple days,
Mm-hmm.
at the most, I at least like told everyone that I'd be gone. I wasn't just gonna like abandon y'all.
Kaya would also to help you if you needed to like sure up any concerns. And if you told her like you didn't want necessarily certain people to know, she would respect that decision and be like, Titus and this crew has to go on a special operation. That's all she would say.
I mood check that.
Yeah. I mean, she's not
I'm
lying.
always
She's just Titus
yeah.
and his crew have to
Not
go on a
lying,
special operation.
more like
She's not telling you all the information. That's true. I'll roll a mislead for her because it's not.
yeah.
It's technically not a lie, but it is misleading. Yeah.
Mislead me, man.
13 plus her mislead. Her mislead isn't actually as good as you might think it is.
Yeah.
But
No.
it is better than probably.
It's a 4. It's all good.
Oh yeah, never mind. So yeah, I'll say this. You don't necessarily know if she's hiding any information, but she does seem like she's being very forthright about like yes, Titus and the Titus Casket, Apani and Brew have to go on a special operation, and they'll be using the stratosphere. She will say, "Do not worry that you guys will all be going on a guild ship for your next operation. They would have offloaded your vehicles and stuff already into the base. The guild vessel will be here within the next couple of days to get you all.
Well then,
So
I go
the
to
next day.
Titus. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to Titus before he like goes. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
so I heard about like you're about to go on a special mission with the others, huh?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
it's gonna take a couple. Actually, I don't know how long it's gonna be.
Oh,
You're not
was that a
sure?
question to me, or was that just in the?
No, that
I'm
was
No,
sorry.
that was just
I
a blanket statement.
okay. I was like, was that my cue to say something? I'm sorry. I was like,
yeah. Spotlight on you.
I
Spotlight on
apologize.
you. No, but so got everything ready?
Yeah, just need to talk to Laura real quick.
Mm-hmm. You got your girlfriend
Not
ready
like
too?
that. She has.
I
You know,
know.
she's.
I know.
Oh,
Look,
actually,
she
I don't.
hold up her hand innocently. Look, we know I know we had our differences. I know I give you a little guff here and there, but
Little.
yeah, a little. She smirks at that. But yeah, I hope you and the other come back safe. And also, she brings out her holster and she like gives it to you with the pistol inside, the silencer. Yeah, use this.
Well,
You need it. You'll need
I
it in case you ever need to sneak around.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Just be safe, all
Oh,
right? Come back. Go ahead.
This thanks.
Yeah. Look, just because I
Doing-
give you a lot of shit doesn't mean I respect you, okay? You got this. If you're gonna be the leader, lead them. Lead them back home, all right?
Gotcha.
Because I don't know what the fuck, like, you're doing. Whatever it is, get the goddamn bread, all right? And the gold, too.
Good. Mhm. You guys, good luck at whatever they have planned for you as well.
She nods. And she, like, pats him on the shoulder before she leaps down. And she, like, gives you a little salute. Stay safe, Tyrus. I think that'll be all for me.
Yeah.
All right, Titus, you have someone else to talk to. Allure will meet you at probably
Uh,
at the base back of the ship before you guys take off.
All right, I go up to her.
She will nod.
So I know this kind of might seem a little, abrupt, but yeah, just know it's, well, I can't even say it's not going to be too dangerous. I don't know exactly how dangerous it will be.
Knowing you, it'll be quite dangerous.
Yeah, uh, yeah, it will be.
Stay safe then.
That's another thing I want to. You, I suppose you could come if you wanted. There is something I did kind of want to ask about your, the mech that you gave me.
Ah, yes. And a nods.
It's possible that we might run into someone that can augment it.
Hmm.
It's going to be a kind of a scrapyard that we'll be headed to. So it might be a chance where we can, work on it and personalize it some more.
Hmm.
He wanted to, I don't know, hop along and help.
I wouldn't mind that. Though, she kind of looks back at the, at, like, the rest of the base, like, wherever the others are and stuff. She kind of says, oh, I do wonder how they're going to do. I believe them with just Seyun, and Gwendolyn, and no offense, but they're not exactly as skilled as you are with armored knights.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hmm. She kind of thinks. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to accompany you, but... She kind of thinks.
Oh.
I feel like they might need me here as well.
That's understandable. Honestly, I'm not that opposed to it because, like I said, this is dangerous territory that
Oh,
we'll
I
be
can
headed
handle
into.
danger then, I can assure you. But
I know. I'm not saying you can't, but it's more of what I can handle.
hmm,
I feel like you were there too, things might end up getting complicated.
complicated how?
Is it these people? You remember I told you that um what happened when I was enslaved, right?
She nods.
So some of these people might be involved with the folk that bought me. So I was told that the organization got disbanded. I'm still not entirely sure what.
When you say that, there's a look of like kind of like not so well hidden like aggression. But
Mm-hmm.
she doesn't say anything. Just like there's like that you can see like the slight snarl a little bit within her teeth.
Roll a mood.
Yes.
Okay.
In the distance, Emiko feels a disturbance in the force.
Yes.
Yeah. Excuse me. Damn, that was a 20.
Yeah, she's
Yeah, you know
so
the drill.
specifically what you said was remember when you remember I told you about the people that enslaved me and you said these people might be like related or to the or responsible for that. Hearing that makes her
Yeah,
very angry. Like she is very much
yeah.
not at you, just like it says slave a scum.
They're involved. They're involved. Yeah. So it
Yes, I've ran into
apparently the
them. I've ran into
organization's been,
people like that before. She's all she says.
yeah. Apparently the organization's been disbanded, but I have a feeling that the people involved, most of which being my old crewmates, aren't are still up and kicking. Going to be meeting with one of them. Not sure how that's going to go, but I just know it's gonna get very personal. And
Oh, are you going to help them? She kind of looks over.
I'm not sure. Because I'm really playing it by ear.
If they're in danger,
All I
you should go help your family. If they were like you, she kind of looks over. If they're like you, right? They were enslaved as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
She kind of thinks. Yes. Then you should go and make sure that you kill those slaver scum as well. The ones that did that to you. And she kind of thinks. Many of my people during the war were bought up by wealthy consortium benefactors and Gobian kingdoms, sent to islands to salvage and scrap things or used as playthings for nobles. It was thanks to the Restitution Corps that many of them got rescued. When it looks over, I recall that Imiko was actually part of the Restitution Corps since its beginning.
She was?
She kind of nods. I overheard her, Crow, and others talking about it at one point. I heard she is not particular towards slavers, as no one should be, of course, but...
Well, that's understandable. Kind of looks down. And
she kind of looks something
and plays with his thumbs. No, it's just, I didn't know that about her. Oh.
Yes, I don't know the full details, but I know that it charges her. She hates them with a passion. I wonder if she had some experience, unfortunately. I noticed that she doesn't have a punched-in ear, I'd say. You would know this term, the punched-in ear. It's a kind of like a symbol of
I
a
have
farmer.
the punched-in ear.
Yeah, you would have it as well. Like, it's a symbol often of, like, someone that was a trafficked or slaved individual. It's a thing. It can be healed, but... And a lot of people do get them healed, but some people, like, wear it as a reminder, especially if they're free, of, like fighting against that type of thing. So she kind of says, yes. If they are the people that did this to you, though, you should save your friends and kill that scum then.
Thanks.
Honestly,
well,
I do
I'm
wish
not
I
entirely sure if they're the ones, but I do know. Well, it's not more of a no, but it's definitely a feeling that they're involved with the people originally that were in charge.
She nods. And in that case, she kind of gives you like an alto like bow and just kind of looks over to you and says, May the washy path guide your way.
Yeah. He nods and gives her like a smile.
She'll reach into her back pocket. She kind of she will hand you something. It's a little figurine.
He kind of grabs it and examines it.
It's a figurine of, I believe, it's a lizard. It looks like a lizard of some kind, like some type of lizard creature.
Oh.
So it's one I hand carved. It's a good luck charm, you could say.
Oh.
Yes,
Thanks.
many auto carve things like these for the different washy path beasts. This is one of them. The one that, well, I have one for all three of the main ones, but this one's a good luck one. It'll keep you safe.
Thanks, Laura.
She nods.
I'll see you. It'll be a short week. For however long I'm gonna be.
She nods, and she will head back. She will just like let you get on the ship.
Yeah.
Alright, so you board, and you make your way off to the ship. Or on the
Yep.
ship, and make your way north. Meanwhile, let me check something real quick. Gwendolyn, are you back now? Lewis.
Gwen. She died of a heart attack.
Gwendolyn's heart exploded on the operating table. Shame.
Yeah, I slapped it too hard.
I just saw what you put in chat when the main squeeze doesn't know. Yeah. But meanwhile, well, it's alright. Gwendolyn will get back to your guys' base, and as soon as she arrives back, a large guild vessel, a naval vessel, not a flying one, will get to your base. And Emiko,
What kind of naval thing? Oh no.
it's a guild vessel.
Is that okay?
Yeah. You've seen these
But
before.
why?
As Kaya will come out with all of you and she'll say, "Alright, everyone. I hope you're all ready for our little trip, our little operation."
Where we going, boss?
She says, "Well, to be fair, while I am, we'll say, acting commander of the operation, well," she looks over, "you'll be the field commander." A field
You said
commander.
my name.
Oh, are you back, Gwendolyn?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen when you said my name.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what I said up until then?
No.
Okay. Basically, you are back now. You have just arrived. Probably would have arrived like the night before or the day before. Your heart, it's doing better. You don't have the cardiac injury. There is a little bit of just some slight exhaustion you have left over, but you don't have to worry about getting frightened, at least for now. But you think it'll go away in a day or so. Probably just a little bit.
How am I exhausted after resting for like 14 days?
Cardiac injury. That's why. Because the cardiac injury got healed earlier, but you're still keeping a little bit of that for now. You don't have the worst part of what that cardiac injury did. I shaved a lot of it, is what I did. Or how and I did, I should say. You won't have it for long. Like, if anything, you probably won't have it for most of this, but just a little tired.
Enemy, another
just
enemy.
watch your heart. Yeah, just watch your heart. But anyway, you're back, and everyone now is loading onto a guild naval vessel. You would notice as well, Gwendolyn. Seiyun arrived with you. Seiyun was also had to be held back a bit because Seiyun was having a little bit of some mental issues. His mental stability was a little bit low. Yours was as well, but it was fine because you were already getting monitored and stuff. In any case, when you arrive back, Kaya, Emiko, Allure, and who am I forgetting?
And you'll probably hear and Crow.
Crow, thank you. And Crow, they would all be basically getting ready, and you would be joining them. You'll all be loading onto a guild naval vessel for your next operation.
Yeah, you'll probably hear this from field commander. Thought you gotta be the boss from here on out.
Yeah, she would walk in. You would be kind of walking over as this is happening, and Kaya would be talking to Emiko, and she says, "Yes, well, I'll be the main operation commander when we're on the ship and such. In the fields, someone will need to take charge."
What? Usually, haven't led people like that since my restitution days.
You're the main one who has credentials for it, so.
Really?
In the event that I am not present, you'll be the one commanding things.
Yeah, I'm guessing you gotta be at the base from here on.
Well, I'll be on the ship with you. I'm not leaving. Or I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving you all to go by yourselves. Besides, I want to go swimming as well.
Ooh, should I pack my my good gear for your boy over there? She winks at like Crow.
Crow's like, kind of looks up. He's like, "Why are you telling her that?"
He grins. And she looks back at Kaya.
Kind of says, "Where?" She just smiles. She's like, "Where would you like?" Though, please keep it modest. We aren't going to be alone on this operation. We'll have other guild officers on the ship with us.
They're probably on the beach. I'll probably wear it. But for now, though.
She looks over.
Mm,
Oh, Gwendolyn. Good to see that
Yes.
you're doing well.
well, if it isn't the heart attack girl herself, how you doing?
I'm not having heart attacks anymore.
That's good to
You
hear.
need my special touches again. She snaps her fingers and it's white flames.
I don't recall you ever touching me, and I would like it to stay that way.
Can I have your consent, please?
No.
Damn.
Kaya just like picks you up slightly, Imiko, and she's like, "Imiko, we talked about this.
She's like struggling. Come on, let me go.
No, we'll be getting on the ship, and you'll be keeping your Luna capabilities in check.
No.
That also includes
She-
not flaunting them around." She looks over at you very intently.
She looks back at her and she like, fine, mom. Put me down at least.
She slowly drops you down. She's like, "Yes, that goes for you as well, Crow. No snapping of the fingers, no paracausal moments right now. Keep them limited."
But now, anyway. She mutters under her breath.
Fiona says, "Yes, for now. At least in areas where we're not in an active combat area. And also, since we'll be in the Consortium's area, well, the guild people might not have the biggest issue with your abilities and such. We will be around other groups, and I did not like to file paperwork about having to talk about your abilities being flaunted too much."
Well, since you're gonna be promoting me for like acting field commander, I definitely need like a second and third lieutenant then.
Crow
She
should
looks
suffice,
slowly.
and she looks over. "Gwendolyn,
Yes.
you'll be her aides.
Oh.
I mean, what?
You'll be her aides.
I'm her aides?
One of them. Crow will be the other."
Oh.
You have AIDS?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I want to get that checked out.
I
But,
need-
Yeah.
Do I need to go back to
I'm
Helena?
dying. Yeah, I'm dying. I crumble to dust.
She kind of looks over.
Mhm.
"Well, we can have this conversation on the ship. Let us go." "Oh, right, and just as a quick refresher, as she's like going through her bag, you can see there's like a little like Kaya has like in her bag like a little inflatable type of like thing for the beach and some other stuff like in there. She looks like she's packed for work and fun. She definitely looks like she is going to enjoy her time on the at the beaches and stuff.
So, boss, or should I say subordinate? Nah, I'll still call you boss. So what do we do?
Crow
Acting for
says,
fun or
"Do
acting
not
for
call me
work?
that."
Not you. Well, unless you want me to.
He rolls his eyes.
Besides that, what do you think? Acting for fun or acting for work, second lieutenant?
Krogan looks over. Gwendolyn, I think she's talking to you.
I'm talking to you. You're my second lieutenant. She's my third.
Oh, you guy looks over. I mean,
Yes.
and you look up and Kaya's like, "Ah, here we go," and she pulls it up. The information that I was looking for, which is the quest information. So your operation is called Hide and Seek.
Cute.
Information has been passed onto the Guild Union about a potential untapped Architekian vault within the coastal area between the Chris and Swelling Seas. If you're wondering on the map where that would be, I will show you real quick. Are all of you looking at the map?
I do not have.
Oh, right.
Nope.
Hey, could you share the screen, please, Gwendolyn, with Pepper? I forgot that Apani was the one that was doing that. So if you are able to see the map now, I will.
Yep,
That's
I got
what I want to do. I can zero you in on things. So you all will be going over. It's actually not on the map, but you will be going over here, I believe. Oh, no, I see. You'll be going over here. I said swelling sea. I meant to say soaring sea. 2 S names, forgive me.
Ain't nothing there.
Yes, because it's a collection of islands that you'll be going to that's not necessarily on the map.
Damn, there's nothing in there.
Yep.
How do they know it's there if
Yep.
it's not on the map?
Well, I will get to that in a moment, because that was only the first part of the briefing.
Damn, why is that island shaped like Gwen?
Yes, it's a Gwen-shaped island. So anyway, yeah, potentially untapped Architekian Vault within the area between the
Hey,
Chris
don't you call me fucking untapped. Hey.
Soaring Ocean.
Are you
the
actually
guild
flying your taps?
Alright. The guild, though the guild is skeptical about the source of this information, as it has been unable to ascertain where and whom it leaked from. Apparently, they were not the only group to receive this information, resulting in several groups of mercenaries, one of which is believed to be the Dust Devils. If you need a real quick recollection on that, that is the group you first dealt with in the first operation. The people that were hired on by Daring Preach and some of those other people, remember? Roberto and them? Them. Though I think Imiko wasn't part of that operation, so this would have been information that she would have had to read and notes and stuff, but yes. As well as another few groups, some related to Memorem, and some related to the Consortium, like Chevalier and such, that are moving in the area, also in search of the Architect and the Vault. While no direct hostilities have been confirmed, at least at the time there wasn't, with Architekian technology on the lines, there is no telling what could happen. As such, your squad has been mobilized and tasked with boarding a Guild Union naval vessel, that's what you're doing now, to aid them in scouting and surveying the area for this Architekian Vault, as well as to ensure that other groups in the area do not engage in direct hostilities with each other, and in general to try and in general, just to try and find the vault as well. Because this is supposedly some uncharted isles that are here as well. That being said, it is also projected to be about a week or so worth, of time, is what's projected to be how long this operation should really be going under. Because after that, the guild plans on sending more officers to field this operation. You're basically the ahead team here. Or the vanguard, if you would. However, Kaya will tell you that. However, very quickly, as you all get on board, there are a few new reports that have been added since the last bit of time here. First of all, there have been already a couple of skirmishes between certain parties, mainly Consortium military-related people from the Control Guard getting in skirmishes with Memorem people, and Noblesse people as well, that have been in the area. It seems like the Consortium is being a little bit more heavy-handed in their swing of things, at least until the guild has arrived. They've cut back since hearing that the guild will now be acting in the area. But it seems, reports were coming back about, at least from Memorem, that they were getting, how would I put it, little oopsie-daisies were happening, and Memorem stockpiles were being attacked or something like that by Consortium forces, believing that they were pirates or raiders, for instance. No confirmations of any of these could be proven, so I'll let your mind fill in the blanks with if these were true or inaccurate assessments of the Memorem people there. Not only that, the Consortium, like I said, they've been doing a little bit of hemming and hawing and doing some things. They've also been trying to get all the other groups out, saying that they are going to lay claim to this area, but this is technically in like international waters between the Noblesse and the Consortium. So this actually is not under the jurisdiction of any of these groups, like directly. That's why everyone's kind of here and able to act. The Consortium's just trying to strong arm and say, like, this is in our zone, right? But that being said, there are other groups, mercenary groups, and yes, the Dust Devils have been confirmed as acting in the area. that have been also in the area that are looking for this vault. They've been kind of keeping. Go ahead, sir.
Mind naming a few like mics friendly to us, guild friendly mics, just in case.
So the main ones, Noblesse isn't a mercenary group, but they are guild aligned, as you know. That was the region that your family and stuff are holed up in and stuff. They are, or not region, country. They're very much like, they're basically guild like, not aligned, not just aligned, but basically guild like part of the guild almost in a way. But they are their own nation technically. They just work very closely with them. Outside of them, there are some mercs that it seems like they might be related to some of the neighboring like small kingdoms that are in the seas between between Dogma and Lapsus. Just like maybe one or two. I would not say that they are friendly towards the guild, though. I'd say that most of the mercs aren't inherently friendly towards the guild. They're just neutral. They're just not going to step in your way if they see you.
And what would happen to say if we got them under the guild wings? Would you say?
If you were to say it again.
What happens if we like take some of those mic groups under the guild wings?
Well, one, they'd have to agree to want to do that. Two, the guild would have to agree to allow them to do that. There are many mercenary groups that have joined in the guild as guild teams, but there are some rules and regulations around that. You would have to convince them. And to be fair, they'd also have to... There's certain things they'd have to agree to, and if any of them have records that are noticeably bad, it could be difficult for them to get guild authentication, so to speak.
Okay.
But more than likely, they probably prefer to stay as the mercs unrelated to the guild, because at this point, the guild has offered across the years for many, and you would know this too as a Restitution Corps. The guild has offered across the years for many mercenary groups to join up with as guild teams. Many have taken them up because it's above board work and it's not really that much of an issue. However, not all mercenary groups are looking to do that. Cough, cough, dust devil type people. That
Would you say?
Yeah.
I know some of people that went on to go and form their own neutral mic groups from the Restitution days.
Most of the ones that would have been part of the Restitution Corps would have probably just became either officers themselves, or they would have become a part of a regular guild team. Most of them probably would not have wanted to go to become mercs, because a lot of times you, in the Restitution Corps, would have been fighting merc groups that are defending, trafficker camps, or, drug dens and stuff like that. So they would have probably not had the best relationships with many mercenary groups, or sought the need. There's a common sentiment among many guild teams, and even mercs that were looking to join the guild of why would we become our own solitary merc group if the guild's just gonna field most of our stuff and we don't have to worry about getting screwed all the time? Because while there's some free liberties there in terms of what types of work you can do, being a nomad adventurer group or a nomad mercenary group, the issue is you can get screwed a lot. The guild comes with many protections, because especially if you get screwed and the guild if you're with the guild and they're aware of it, that person or group is not going to be working with the guild much longer, and you're probably going to be compensated and given fair assessment and aid to help, in that situation.
Gotcha. Fair.
So yeah, I'd say most of these groups here are neutral, so they're probably just working for different parties around. They aren't gonna attack you, or I shouldn't say that they're not gonna attack you. They will most likely not attack you unless provoked to feel like they need to. But in most cases, they want to avoid a direct confrontation with the guild. Not many people, especially mercenaries, are looking to get into that fight. They are, But was there
besides
anything
that,
else? Oh yes, there was actually. I apologize. So outside of that, so the main here's some other things. There have been specifically some main reports, and this is why guild union sanction action has been authorized in the area, and why you guys as a special operations unit are getting mobilized early. Due to some troubling reports regarding attacks on some groups, I got into some of those a second ago with the Consortium, some mercenaries they believe might have been involved, or raiding groups. Someone has been sabotaging operations for almost every group in the area and periodically attacking their excavation forces, prompting the guild to be called to assist. All the groups suspect each other. This is what I was getting at before. Though eyewitness reports are somewhat sparse about the attacks, as they are often quick and disjointed and difficult to track. Not to mention, there's not many survivors from many of the attacks themselves. They can confirm that they believe that there's involvement of armored knight type technology, but it's sparse onto whose type of technology it could be. Again, they've been disjointed and difficult to track on the attacks. So
They even like attack the guild guild teams as well.
yes, any the noblesse related people there that would have been connected to the guild, yes, they've even attacked them, which is something of note because again, like I said, most groups are not going to do that for very obvious reasons. It should be clear, very much like most people aren't going to piss off the guild unless they think that they could deal with the repercussions or they think they're not going to be caught. Take that as you will. That being said, part of your new operational details, outside of R&R, I guess you could say, as Kaya's planning on doing, is that you'll be kind of acting as, when I said you'll be acting as the vanguard, more directly you'll be acting as like a decoy or the vanguard of sorts for the guild to provoke basically this bad actor to directly come after them. They've been attacking noblesse groups, but they haven't technically attacked the guild directly, if you want to put it that way, right? They figure if they can stop who's doing this, they might be able to figure out, they might be able to calm the situation and tensions down in the area, and also possibly find whatever vault this is. So there are three main questions that they are currently looking in. One, who is behind the attacks? Who are their affiliations and benefactors, etc. Two, what is their primary objective in terms of like being here and attacking and such? And three, what is the combat strength and capabilities of this group? Those are your three main criteria.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
And yes, this would be when you guys get aboard, this would be the information you are told. So yes.
Anything at all?
Gaza? I will ask, is there any questions?
So, you don't think it's Alto, right?
That are attacking people?
Like a subsection, probably like a loosely tied.
I just forgot Alora's there, right? Alora would be like,
Yeah.
Imiko. Or it's like, Imiko, huh?
Yeah. I know,
Why would you even suggest such a thing? We would never.
No. Now. Before. What kind? Is there any kind of like factions? I'm just saying. I'm not saying this like out of like rudeness and anything. I want to know the facts. Is there any like alto like factions, like little ones that like usually like hide here and there?
She kind of says this. Crow kind of looks over, and before Alora says anything, Crow's like, he puts his hands behind his head, kind of thinking, and like, Imiko's question isn't exactly too much, isn't too bad. We should at least explore the option that some others that could be involved, even groups we know.
Yes, not like main groups, more like splinter groups of sorts. But even if like they're not alto, could be other tribes as well.
Crow's like,
But they not?
Wasn't there a mention before in the second operation we were on about separatists? Elora kind of looks over. She's like, they would never do something like that. It's like, I'm not insinuating. I'm just, we don't really know much about
Separatists. She cuts that line. Separatists. What they're like? What are they like anyway? Alora.
Looks over. Alto separatists are members of the Alto tribes, any of them, that want to separate from the Consortium.
Do you think that they would like ever attack? I mean, of course, they would attack the Consortium. But would you think they also have a reason to attack Guild Line as well?
No,
just
want
to make sure.
They, even with the Alto tribes not all necessarily being in agreement with the guilds, actions and such, maybe just concerns still, they would
Hmm.
never attack them unprovoked.
Unless they also got provoked in turn.
What do you mean?
Hmm.
She looks over.
Perhaps they got attacked over there, perhaps? Or they found something worse. And they're looking to protect it of sorts, even from guild. That's... It could be another faction. Who knows? And I apologize if I was really acting as if like auto involvement.
Crow kind of looks up, and she's like, look, I understand
Crow?
that it's...
Bro?
This is Emika, or
Clear.
this is Elor, I should say.
Oh.
It's like,
Oh, Lord.
I understand that your question is fair. I just...
No, it's alright. It's alright, Laura. You're just like trying to protect your people and such. Do not worry.
Crow kind of
We're
looks
just
over.
trying to find out.
He's like, honestly though, Himiko, I really doubt that it's her. Or not her, that it's they're involved, honestly. This area, while it's close to one of the tribes, I think it's the Capel. It's not exactly... I'm not exactly heard of them doing much of anything in that area.
Capel. Who are they?
They're
And what they're
They're mainly an alchemy group, from what I understand, right? Alora kind of looks over. She's like, they specialize in brewing of potions, medicines, and other types of things like that.
Yeah, but with mechs, however, no.
The technological abilities are not exactly centered towards armored knight production, not like the Velar or Lotir, which are far in the north, or for us, to the east. He kind of says, well, I doubt that it's them then, is what Crow says.
I look at Kaya. Kaya, were there any, like, material that got, like, bounced off or anything that got scratched off? Like, you know, anything that, like, would lead us to believe?
She nods.
Like,
yes, there were some things. They weren't able to... So far, no units have been downed. Like they say in the reports, most things have been relatively hit-and-run tactics. It seems like they're not trying to let themselves get caught, for obvious reasons. But there were some things that we were able to pick up. The technology, though, does not match any groups that we currently know about. For instance, she'll pull up something, and you can see on the floor there is a projection. There was some metal shrapnel that was taken after one of the after hitting one of the units that were attacking. We did some test running of it after we were able to procure it from Noblesse. Though it was quite difficult, as they weren't the only ones trying to recover this. They got into a little spat with the Dust Devils, it seems.
yes.
But it seems like the shrapnel, it's not the she kind of says the geological testing we were able to do. I don't believe it's from this area, or moreover, I don't believe it's from the Lapis province, or the Lohi Lohi Kai province. Maybe somewhere else in Lapsus, or maybe somewhere else entirely. Another region,
somewhere else
perhaps.
entirely? What kind of
Another
ammunition
region,
was it?
perhaps. And she kind of looks over. Ammunition? Says the shrapnel is ammunition. It seems like the main things they've been using have been... Kind of looks over. And she looks over. The DM looks over. to see information. The main... yes. The bullets seem to be of a general caliber for a carbine rifle.
Carbine rifle. Well,
Small
that strikes the old
small form of rifle. The Alta Latel don't use... Alora's like, the Alta Latel don't use that. Kaya kind of nods and she's like, I understand, they don't.
Yes. Alto don't, so that means that's scratched off. Even the potion makers, you said, the Capels, yeah?
She kind of nods.
Scratch them off.
Kind of says, Crow's like, the Consortium has carbines, so at least Chevalier's units do.
Yeah. But they're also attacking Guild as well.
Yeah,
and
I
they
don't
wouldn't
think
do
the Consortium would do that. Or at least if they did, they wouldn't be a mainline group of the Consortium. Maybe some of those Altus people, you think, again? He looks over at you, Imika.
You mean those valiant idiots?
Yeah, those guys. Kaya says, I was
Hmm.
thinking that potentially, but some of the other things also don't match. And she'll pull
No,
up
no.
something. And,
Yeah.
go ahead, sorry.
No, so like, yeah, probably not them, especially how they fucking did back in the ambush. Remember, Laura?
Says, yes, they were quite unskilled, uncouth.
Mm-hmm. This is much more guerrilla tactics, much more
Coordinated.
smarter, more efficient. Yep.
She kind of
Coordinate too.
says, not to mention there's this. And she shows you a picture on the projection of a... It's kind of hard to tell at first, but it looks like a hole with a burn kind of scorched around the edges of it. And...
Roll something for that?
Yes, you can. Roll me a knowledge... Ooh, roll me a knowledge soul energy, actually. Yes.
Wow. Okay. Giving me the hard ones, huh?
Or a knowledge engineering. I'll let you do that, too. Gwendolyn, feel free to do the same. A knowledge engineering or a soul energy. You will get a different answer for this one, depending.
Oof, 7
Gwendolyn?
for engineering. Oh, no.
No, I don't think Lewis is here. That's alright.
No, died. Ah.
So, you aren't really sure. It just looks like a burn mark to you. Maybe a bullet hole or some kind or something. You're not sure.
Alora, can you, like, see anything
It says,
sketchy about it?
I mean, it looks like a burn mark. Wait a moment. That's not a bullet hole. This Shanna looks over. Crow's like, yeah, the spatterings of the way. It's not all the way. The spatterings of the hole isn't right. A bullet hole would have been a little bit more. You gotta look over. The bullet hole would have been a little bit more defined through.
That's not a carbine. That's not a carbine, isn't it?
No. Says it looks like an arcane burn of some kind, or maybe. Kind of says that's what I'm curious about as well. I want to. This is something that they have in storage here. When we get, or not here, when we get to the location, I want to investigate a bit more. But the burn, it looks like it's maybe caused by some type of channeling apparatus. And this looks over, and she'll take a, she'll like show you a another picture of just a. It seems like another similar type of burn, with a kind of like the hole is kind of spattered and like very jagged. But it looks like it's a cut through something, like a clean cut through it. Maybe like a bladed, or not really a bladed weapon, but a melee type weapon was used. It says, I mean, it's not the same, but it does have similar properties. She says, this is from a channeling blade, similar to what you used, Imako, in that previous fight.
Let me roll that, can I? For soul sensing now. Please.
No, soul energy, no soul sensing. Or you can use your engineering, up to you.
Oh boy. Well, I got an 18.
Alright.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is very, this is soul energy, right? Knowledge soul energy?
Yeah, no, I use the soul sensing. Soul energy for plus, for modifier 6.
Oh, for soul energy, you said?
Yeah, for soul sensing, that was a +1. This is...
Okay, just take the 17 plus your, whatever your plus was. So what would the plus be? You said
I'll take soul energy for 300.
Yep! I'll buy that for $1.
Yep. So, you can tell with the soul energy of that. This is definitely again, you're not really sure about the previous one, but this one, as she's kind of explaining that, you can see what they're talking about. The groove where the cut is, it's not just that it's not like clean, like the way the energy expels out of a type of a apparatus. When it's soul energy, it can often come off a little bit wavy or ununified, I guess is the term, where like a beam blade will be usually like very straight and sliced through. Pure soul energy kind of wafts off, almost, I want to think of like a flaming sword, kind of like the flames will waft off, right? Kind of like that. there's spatterings and crooked, jagged parts to that thing. Again, it'll still cut through relatively cleanly, but there is that kind of jagged feel. And the burns are also very notable as well.
Like my stuff, right?
Yes, it's very notable about the types of burn from a regular beam type of weapon or beam apparatus versus just a channeling one. The way the spatterings are and such are different. He's like, if this is the case, then whoever we're dealing with, and Crow's like, hey, but doesn't Chevalier also develop units that use arcane apparatuses? She's like, yes, I was think it could be, but again, I'd want to see more. Call it a hunch, but I don't think that this is a Consortium unit that did this damage.
This is not. Yes, this is not Alto. This is not Capel. This is not even like Consortium either. Could it be? She looks like Crow. Could it be Paracausal of sorts?
And it says, maybe. You think the energy that was channeled was Paracausal? Who's using? He's like, but who's using Paracausal armaments?
Remember the stuff we had? Remember the stuff we used on that entity back then?
Yeah, but that was made. I mean, you guys said that was made like offhandedly. Like, there's.
Yeah, but it's similar too. The way how it looks as well. See that? Reminds me of that.
Yeah, but like, yes, leans in. He's like, yeah, but channeling weapons in general would leave similar marks. She says we'd have to see the thing and since be able to detect the spiritual pressure on it, or spiritual energy type on it.
Bro, you wouldn't think that someone else has the planet system as well, do you? She looks at Crow.
There's a kind of a thought. He kind of continues, but there's like a freeze from Kaya in the room, and she thinks. He's like, nah, probably not.
No, but probably someone else more. Probably not like the corporations, more ancient stuff.
Yeah, looks over. Like, you think that there one people are involved with this? That what is it? AO group?
AO or Seekers, probably.
Yeah,
or similar to that too.
Alora's like, you think the Seekers are involved with this?
Or someone similar, probably AO.
What would they have? What reason would they have to be here?
Usually they deal with anomalous shit like this, especially what we have to find as well.
She kind of
Not only that, they are
anomalous.
They're not affiliated with anything as well, especially the guild or consortium.
Kara's like, do you think they'd be willing to pick a fight with a guild?
She looks like Crow silently. There's no grin or smirk this time. No, probably. They probably will.
You gotta thanks.
I have.
Go ahead.
Kaya, could you Kaya, could you radio in my Gramps for this?
I can.
Just to see.
I'll make sure it's a secure connection. It should be known that Helena told me about this group, and I've read things about them. We should be very careful.
Yeah.
She kind of looks over. Even among the guild, we should be very careful the names we say out loud.
She sighs. Yeah, I got that.
She nods. I'll call him shortly. Kara's like, well, I guess we're just sitting around with our thumbs up our asses guessing. We're not gonna know until we actually look at these things in person. Were they not able to give you? He looks over. Were they not able to give you any spiritual testing for it? She kind of says, no, they didn't have specialists for that.
Nope, not at all.
This also just happened recently. They weren't even able to really get much until recently.
Yeah, couldn't be the corpse. Definitely, probably AO. Probably a splinter group as well. Who knows? Could I recollect on anything of this? Or is that it?
No, no recollection. I can't tell you why yet, but no recollection yet.
Okay.
But Crow just kind of nods and say, well,
Yep.
we got some leads.
Well.
At least it's something to think about, right? He looks over at you and
Mm-hmm. Yep.
whoever they are,
She's
though,
still like looking.
you have a point. They really don't mind who they're pissing off, do they?
Yep. Whatever is in that vault, they definitely don't want anyone to look inside, especially us. Hmm. Well, a time for probably for next week. What do you want to do, Crow? Laura?
Oh, she kind of looks over. I need to do some more checks on my unit before we get into anything.
Hmm.
Kaya kind of says, relax, I'll make sure that all your units are fine. You all go have some fun for a bit on the ship.
Well, yeah, just to take mine off it anyway. Come on, Laura, let's go. Crow, second lieutenant with me. Come on. She takes Laura by the hand, like, come on, let's go. Let's have some fun.
She will be let off with Crow. Gwendolyn and Seiyu, I assume, are also going to leave. And Kaya will just nod, and she will...
Above board, I forgot about them.
Yep. Seiyan wasn't really saying much, because Seiyan doesn't really know much. So I'm gonna be frank.
He got brain dead.
And Gwendolyn fell asleep during the meeting.
As usual.
She's a narcoleptic. What can you do? Anyway.
I remember. I heard the meeting.
Oh, were you there? Why didn't you say anything?
Because I had no questions.
All right. I mean, yes.
Okay.
Actually, fair. Yeah, that's
come
fair.
on.
Never mind.
Man, come on, let's go.
So, cutting now, the last cut for the night. Titus.
Yes.
You guys have been traveling for a bit, just kind of using the information you were given from Dorian to like kind of get your way back. He would have sent you coordinates to basically go to. You're heading to an isle off the coast of Memorem. Off the coast, nearby the coast of Memorem. Like they're bound.
On the way, also, this can be like off. This can be off screen since Nur's not here. I suppose, just give them the rundown of, who I'm meeting.
Yep.
What they mean, like their fucking history, all of that shit. So they would have like a majority of the
info.
Arena to crime syndicate pipeline.
Yep. How much would you tell them in terms of your previous activities?
I would tell them that, well, honestly, I feel like I'd be a bit straightforward. I'd tell them that I rose through the ranks after I got indoctrinated into the thing. Then I would tell them how I left.
Okay. I just was noting certain things being omitted. That was all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. That's fine. We'll say for the sake of things, they just listen intently. Brew would definitely nod along. He wouldn't ask really anything. He would just let you speak and just say. The end, probably at the end of it, he would just say, "Well, that's certainly a story to tell." But it sounds like this Dorian fellow is your main reason for getting out. Maybe some have rubbed off on this Balin girl you were talking about.
One can only hope. From what I remember, she's the main influence of why I did the things I did there.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Time and events, we'll say. And looks to the side. Can change a person.
Yeah, I know that's true.
When you told them you left, how in detail did you tell them that you left? Did you just tell them you just got out of things and Dorian helped you get out, or would you have gone in detail about leaving?
I told them that I essentially ran away.
Okay, that was something I wanted to know because that would affect what Bruce says here.
Yeah.
No, there's a chance that especially with the way you left, there's a chance that. he puts a hand. He'll actually like walk over to you and put a hand on your shoulder and just say, "My man, I would be not surprised if some people are quite upset at you."
I wouldn't either. You can see why I wanted to bring a team.
Hmm. You think that this Balin individual is going to be a threat?
I think there's more to this than meets the eye. Sure, Dorian likes to see the best in people. That's why he put me onto the guild. But only 50% of the time do his hunches ever work out. That was really just lucky.
Maybe he got
With
lucky
Balin,
twice.
we'll see.
Though, even if he did, he kinda thinks. I wonder what happened to the rest of your group.
And that's what I'm hoping to find out.
This is odd. Did he mention any of them? He'll remove his hand from your shoulder as well. Did he mention any of them?
He didn't. He said he didn't know where anyone was. Balin was the only one that reached out to him. So, for all I know, they could be dead. Even Umbra.
Would you have told them about Umbra in terms of her importance to you, or would you just... Okay, I just wanted to know, because I was like, I don't want to say anything unless I know.
Yeah.
Mayhap she might be still alive. No reason to get too down on the dumps, friend. And soon we'll find out, I'm sure.
Yeah, we will. So, when we land,
I'll let you do the talking.
I think I want. Yeah. I'll do the talking. It'd be best if you were up here, just watching our perimeter.
In case we need to make a quick getaway. I got you.
And at the potty, just stay out of sight. Me and Casket will be the front.
Rapani nods, and Casket also nods. So, you guys get to the coordinates, and as you're kind of flying, it's like, and we'll say most of you are on the bridge during this time. He's like, alright, we're reaching the meeting point, at least from what we were told by Dorian. There's oh, we're getting hailed. One moment. Yeah, press a button. And then you hear a crackling static for a second before you hear Dorian's voice come on the line. Titus, my boy, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, good, alright. Let me... There's a sound of something rummaging for a second. He's like, alright, you're gonna go this way, and he's gonna give you some coordinates. He's like, it's good to see you back. It's good to see you. Wait, how was his voice before? Fuck, I messed it up.
It was kind of gruff.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do gruff right now. I'll try my best. It's good to hear from you, my boy.
Yeah, we can skip the greetings for when we land.
Right. Oh, gonna have Brisk come meet you. He's don't worry about him too much. He's a good. Oh wait, yeah, I remember. He had a little bit of a southern drawl, didn't he? He's a little bit of a. He's a bit excitable, but I can assure you, he's good. He's a good man.
Would you vouch for him?
And
I put on. Oh.
He kind of thinks. He can sound like he's chewing on his words a bit. Listen, Balin's a bit. I haven't exactly told her that you're gonna be here exactly.
I thought you said she wanted my help.
Well, kinda need your help. But I told her that I would get help. And I just maybe stretched the truth on exactly who that help would be coming from.
That's almost get scratched.
Curses and Infernal, of course he did.
Well,
All right.
Listen, she might. I know she's a bit. She's a very different person. Much. Generally speaking, nicer person than she used to be. But. Just
As
don't.
he's saying all of this, just like preparing my weapons and getting everything together.
Just don't be
Mhm.
surprised if she's a bit abrasive to your assistance. I'll smooth things over. Don't worry. Just I was getting to it.
You had 3 weeks.
Yeah, I know I had 3 weeks. It's just not easy.
I know. I'll see you when we land.
Right. And the line goes out, and he's like, so, I'll keep the ship's engines warm.
Mhm.
So, doesn't take you long to go follow the coordinates and land on a kind of near a beach. And as you're landing, you can see there's like a small, like, little encampment that's been built. With you can see different things under crates and stuff like that being loaded onto some platforms and stuff. And you see that there is a kind of walking towards you, on all fours, is a large drakeshore. Looks like a it looks like a dragon, effectively, kind of walking towards you on all fours, wearing like a handkerchief around their neck and goggles on their head, big dragon goggles on their head.
Kind of stand at ease.
Yep.
Not I don't pull out anything, but I definitely am on guard.
Apani will once he'll kind of like look over, and you hear from the outside of the ship like, is this the aid, the help crew?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're part of the guild.
oh, thank God. At ease, he looks behind him. At ease, everyone. You can put them away. It's friends. It's friends. You can see under like certain things, and like you can see blowing like in the wind. You can see there were certain people like hiding behind different crates and stuff with some weapons like ready, but not aimed exactly yet. And they kind of like calm down, put them, sheave them, and start walking around and going to load stuff up again.
I just look around, see what like is the the status of everyone.
Yeah, the vibe. So pretty quickly, you're able to get up that get up to the idea that this is some type of small, maybe FOB, like a very it's not a big camp, but it's like this is like a loading dock area. It seems like they might have just recently built this place up in the area to kind of like field whatever deal they're doing or whatever, or load off. There's a couple of ships in the bay. Mainly 2 you can see that are stuff's getting loaded on right now, and that's what they like continue going back to doing. There's a big tent towards the like kind of up the hill, and you can see there is an armored knight kind of standing by it. Actually, there's 2 armored knights. My bad. One of them is a unit you probably have. Oh no, you've been to Memorem. You've seen. It is a unit called a. Looks at notes. It is a unit called a Jundin is what it's called. A Jundin or Jundin. It is a Memorem standard issue armored knight that is well, they're made by a group called the Adala Enterprise is what they're known as. You're not exactly too much sure. You'd need to make a knowledge local regal to know more about it, but that's the name that comes to your mind. Adala Enterprise.
Alright. So, I take it you're the guy that we're told to meet us?
Mm-hmm. He kind of nods.
All
He's
right,
like,
then.
yes, I am, or wait, I'm sorry. My name is Brisk. I am, you could say, the main handler of things here outside of Balin and, well, Dorian.
Where are they?
Well, they're up there, and he kind of motions with his neck towards the main tent at the top of the hill. That's the main area where they are, and they are making the final touches on plans and such going forward. I believe in about a day or so is when the deal is supposed to be off. We made our special base here just so we could load everything up, and the other island that he kind of motioned to another part that's over there is where the deal will be happening, or around these islands here. Apparently, they like their inconspicuousness when we do these trades. Not abnormal. We've done these before. Apparently, this will be the last one we're doing with them, so... Yes. Though, between you and me, there's a bit of a odd tension in the air. Don't know why. Kind of leans. The big dragon head leans towards you, about the size of you. He's like, not really sure why, but it seems like that Balin and Dorian are a bit at each other's throats. Not. That's the wrong term. I wouldn't say they're angry at each other. Just Dorian really doesn't want to do this deal, and Balin is very insistent on us doing it. I mean, I don't blame her. She's right. We've already got everything set up, and we're loading everything onto the ship so we can get over to the other island now. It's really not that big of a deal. I mean, if we just finish this up, we'll get our payment, and then we'll be on our way. But I also understand. Dorian's got a point. The thing about these people is odd to me. It's always been odd. But she doesn't listen that well. Even to me, sometimes.
Yeah, that sounds like her.
Yes.
All right, then. Take us to him.
But he looks over. But I would not have. Yeah, I guess he would probably pass these. Like, but I would not have found such a kinship with her if she was not so much like how she is. Titus.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Thinking of what to say.
By the way, even with at a high mood, you get this weird idea like he knows your help, but he might not know who you are. Is kind of the thing.
Uh-huh.
He kind of just
I gathered.
yeah, but he's just kind of like, but anyway, follow me this way. He kind of trots his way forward happily.
I kind of nudge to Apani and like quietly say, just find some place to cover and eavesdrop. I'll keep comms on, and you just watch
She nods.
everything.
Brew, it's like, you can hear a call on your things. Brew says, I can tap in as well if you want me to hear everything. I can have everyone phoned in.
Yeah, do.
Gasket kind of nods and says, so are we following?
Yep.
Follow your way up there. It's not a super large group of people here. Maybe about 30 total, kind of like loading everything and stuff up. But you can see there's a couple people that give you looks. Honestly, it's surprising. I mean, maybe not exactly, but you don't see any familiar faces. Like, you don't know any of these people. There's a mix of people. You see a lot of Beastkin, see a couple Versia, a couple of Dragonkin. You see, like, one or two humans. Not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple mixed breed humans, but they look like they're mixed with, like, Beast or mixed with, like, a dragon or stuff. The humans, actually, you notice, they are Memorem. You can tell they're Memorem people. They have, like, features like you and Brew do. And they just kind of give you, like, there's a curious look, but they kind of just continue doing your thing, and you see Brisk is like, he says, no staring, get back to your work. Let's have this job done soon, please. You know, you don't want Balin to yell at us all again. Please. They're like it's like that. Again, it's just a very general kind of mix of different people. And he walks as you get up the hill. You can see the second unit now more closely. It is actually a Chevalier unit. It's not the Rook. It's a different one. It's I have a picture of it. I gotta find it. It is a Vassals, I believe what these are called. One sec. Let me send something to this.
Whoa. Oh, for the pistol. Oh, is that the pistol you gave me, Pepper?
Yes, that's the pistol that Pepper gave you. Also, where the...
Okay.
What if I look up Vassal? How about that? I bet. What if I could spell? What if I could spell? That would be amazing, wouldn't it, guys?
Oh, imagine being able to spell. I wish. Oh boy.
Wait, are there two types of Vassals? Oh, right. Yeah. Good thing I didn't say that name. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered, but it is a slight spoiler. Vassal. Alright, I'm in the inspiration art, not where I wanted to be. I want to be in the... Can I not just find the thing I'm looking for? Found it. Alright. The Vassal is a pretty cool looking unit, I will say. Copy. Download. Alright, Shadow Guardians. Here you go. It does not want to work. You are gonna work. You're gonna do... You're gonna send. There we go. Vassal! There you go.
Ooh, welcome.
That is what a Vassal looks like. That's hilarious. Sorry. There's a second conversation happening because we're almost at the end of the session, but anyway, yes, the Vassal looks like that. You can see on the shoulders there are these large kind of not really shields, but like kind of shoulder pads that hang down, and there's boosters underneath you can see. This unit looks like it actually could go pretty fast, just based on the sleek kind of parts of it. There's boosters on the knees and on the back, and on even the kind of the butt region of this thing. It looks like it's a unit designed to like boost very quickly into things. It has a similar rifle to the one you've seen on your unit, and it's got a large circular shield. It is a, he kind of looks over and he's like, your eyes notice one of our pristine ones. This is a modified Vassal, actually. He kind of looks over, kind of giving you a wink. It's actually from Chevalier. We found one in one of our salvage operations, and we happened to repair it and get it back to the state. It's Balin's, actually, unit.
Wow.
Though she very rarely uses it, to be fair.
Where did you guys get something like this?
A lot of different salvage operations taking us to a lot of different places. Also, we kind of went to he leans in. We went to an area we weren't supposed to where a Consortium battle had happened, and maybe repurpose some of the merchandise we found in our salvage. Things get lost, on ships and things. What are you gonna do?
What you guys did, apparently.
Well, in the state that we found it, I'm sure that they're not going to miss it.
Yeah.
As for the other one, that one is a unit that, well, it's not used by me, but it is used by one of the others. We have a few more. The Memorem units we bought normally, or simply got on certain salvage operations in the mainland. During the Civil War, there were a lot of armored knights left over and such, so they were at least repairable. I've actually heard word that Adala Enterprises is working on some new armored knight technology. Though I imagine it might be a while before we see something in the capabilities of what Chevalier or others can do. No offense, but Memorem isn't exactly known for their technological expertise. Well, then again, I did hear
We never.
some rumor about Adala Enterprises linking up with Gorgata recently. Apparently there was a big buyout, maybe a year or so back.
Huh.
Ah, sorry, I'm getting lost in the sauce again. And at this point you are in front of the main area. He's like, I will... Well, I guess I'll wait out here, I guess, and...
Yeah.
He says, is everything alright? You seem a bit, tense.
I'm good. I'm good. You can move. I'll
Okay.
do
And
them.
he just turns around and swishes his tail and walks back down the hill. Actually, he'll just fly down the hill. He'll just flap down.
Yeah.
Casket kind of
Alright,
looks
I'll
over and he says,
take off
are
my
you
hood.
prepared?
No.
Hmm.
I stay as I walk forward.
As you're walking forward, you can hear there is a kind of conversation happening as you're entering in. You can hear Dorian and Balin's voice. You recognize them immediately. Them
Yeah.
kind of arguing, maybe not really arguing, just in a heated discussion. It's not necessarily an argument, just very tense. And Dorian, you can hear him being like, Balin, Balin, I'm telling you, this is not a good idea. We need to burn out of this now. And Balin kind of looks over. I don't know if I can do her voice right now. It's like slightly deeper. It's kind of like, it reminds me of Starches in some way. No, we will follow through with the operation that we planned on following through with. And Dorian kind of, there's like a sound of something like shifting, and Dorian's voice, not really raising, just kind of like, Malin, you saw the same reports I did, and some of the information I just gave you. I don't know who this Pulani individual is, but I'm telling you, it's not good news. She's like, and we've dealt with people that are not good news many times before. This will be no different. He's like, that's... Listen.
As I
And
stand there and like,
yeah, as he says listen is
while
when
I
you walk in.
I don't say anything. I just like
Yeah, just
lean
kind
in them.
of just fly on the wall
Morning.
like, I don't know if I want to interrupt this. It's like, listen, I know that we planned on, I know that we planned on a lot of eventualities, but there's some things that we just can't. And he stops and looks. Plan for.
Oh please, don't stop on my account. What else are you gonna say?
Well, you must know. Balin kind of turns over. Roll me a mood.
Yep, I'm waiting for it.
roll me
Oh
mood.
no.
Mm.
Here it comes.
That was an 18. Oh, so 19.
19. Huh. There is a look of, like, as she's kind of focusing on Dorian for a moment, and then as she looks over to you and hearing your voice, there is this bit, like, this motherfucker look, and it goes from, like, her being relatively calm to her being extremely straight-faced and you can kind of get the feeling. Her ears slightly sag for a second. She doesn't look too pleased about your presence. Very, very much doesn't look pleased. And she just kind of looks over to Dorian and says, she'll look, completely looks away from you, says, the deal has been planned, and it will happen around a day from now. And she kind of looks over. I'll oversee things myself to make sure that there's nothing that anything fishy happens. I'll have my unit to be able to take care of things. And she said, and she starts to leave the room, and she kind of says, I'm surprised you even showed up, Titus. So you're the help he was talking about.
I look over at Dorian. So, were you still planning on telling her, or did you just want?
I was
Me to
getting
drop
to
it.
that before you interrupted, but now that you're here,
Yeah, it
hello,
sounds
yes, Balin, isn't it good to and she starts walking out, he's like, and that's how I expected this to go. And she says, she just looks over, if you think I need a babysitter or something, I'm more than capable of keeping myself and my crew safe without them. And she looks very coldly at you and just walks past you and leaves.
That was about as well as I planned, as I thought. Honestly, a little better.
Dorian's like, well, she
No
didn't
one
start
got hit.
shooting this time. Or punched.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm not going to hear the end of this, am I?
No,
Yeah.
you're not.
Yes.
Get us a drink.
Yeah, and you can see there's like a little cooler to the side, and he like walks over and cracks the top off and pops up something. He's like, would you, and he notices now that your friend is a sentinel. He's like, does he drink? I don't want to be rude. I know some sentinels do eat and drink and such like other creatures. I just don't want to be presumptuous.
I don't think he does. Do you drink?
He shakes his head and he's like, he kind of says like, occasionally. And he's like, okay. And he shrugs and he will come over with 3 bottles, 1 for himself and 2 for you. He will toss it over. He says, yeah, but no, you know, Memorem's not really big on the spirits and such here. They really don't like to drink. They like the magical brews, but we got a couple of things ourselves. And he kind of nods to you.
Yeah. I do a little clink on the bottle and start swigging. Under my breath, I very quietly, on comms, say, Apani, follow the bunny girl.
You hear a nod.
Swigging.
Like, okay.
I hear a nod.
Yeah, you hear a nod. Yes, you do hear a nod. No, you don't. She says yes, and you can hear the sound of shuffling a little bit on her end. And Thorin kind of says, so, I assume the flight was fair for you all?
Good enough.
How does it feel coming back to Memorem in this way? Boo. Oh yeah, he would know. So yeah, he would just say, how's it feel coming back to Memorem in this way?
Well, I assume next time I would be here, it would have been in chains.
Yes, I'm not too surprised by that. I kind of looks down a little bit. Yes, a lot of us would be expecting that, not just for yourself, but for many of us, but time has a way of changing things. Life and all that.
Not everything, it seems.
Right. Balin's still a bit rough
Balin.
around things. Regarding the... He looks at Kasky and kind of says, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And takes a swig of his ale, and he will... Well, for the most part, you don't have to interact with it too much, but maybe call it a courtesy from the old man here. I would like you to at least try and talk with her a bit before the deal.
Fine.
I'm
not gonna promise to try and talk her out of this,
Look,
because I still don't even know.
I want you to talk her out of this. You can see she's intent. I just want you to reassure that, even if she doesn't believe you, just reassure that you've got her back. Things have been rough since the crew split up. It might not seem like it despite how things are here and cheerful or whatever, but Balin does a good job of hiding her scars. I think the only ones that notice really are Brishkin and
I just kind of look off to the side, outside of the door.
Oh, for the most part, what you'll be doing, at least for the next day or so, is I just want you to patrol around the island. Just anything you notice that's off, report back to me if you can. Or if something awry happens, I want you to try to immediately deal with it the best you can. I assume that those he kind of like takes a winks over and kind of makes a motion towards your earpiece. As I imagine those nifty guild tools will probably be better than ours.
I don't know. It seems like you guys have enough fancy equipment to even put some of our shit to shame.
We're salvagers. What can I say? We make do with what we have. I wouldn't say it's gonna keep up with your stuff, but you'd need to be surprised.
I would indeed. Here's to a long couple days.
Right, a long couple days, and hopefully a very fortuitous day after. He kind of clings to that.
Yeah. Do a little cheers, clink on the bottle, and chug the rest.
Yeah. I'm gonna look over some things, see what I can dig any more about Pulani. I'll get back to you when I can about it.
Yeah. Let us know. I guess I'll like kind of hook him up to our frequency as well, so he can contact the ship directly.
Yep. Brew will make sure he'll tell you on comms that he'll make sure everything's working there before you guys take off and start going around. So, meanwhile, Titus, do you want to do something?
Well, I'll go out
Mm-hmm.
and just like out in the open and see what's going on. Just not like a general like looking for.
Yeah, just kind of looking like at the area. They're definitely loading stuff on. You can see there's 2 more armored knights that are like picking up the large crates. They're the Memorem ones, those Jundins, and they're like picking stuff up, putting the crates down onto like these like long vessels and stuff like that. And yeah, you can see that also Brishk is on the coast. You can see him pointing at people and like directing them to move certain things that way and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see near him, kind of to the side, actually probably not just near him, probably like sitting on his like claw, like his foot, is Balin. She doesn't look like she's saying much. She's just kind of looking out into the ocean. And Brisk is kind of like, just, making motions. But you can also see others. There's some people that you can see coming back from out of the forest, carrying, like, some logs and stuff. Maybe, like, firewood for, like, burning later and stuff like that. Going into certain tents. And just talking to each other. It doesn't seem like anyone's perturbed by your appearance. There's a few people that are looking at the big guild ship that parked here, and they're kind of, like, eyeing it up, just, like, you're not sure if they want to salvage it, or they're just curious.
Yeah.
They don't look like they're going to do anything nefarious. They're just very interested, because they probably have not been this close to, like, a guild ship.
Valid, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So just different people doing different things, you see.
Yeah. I guess I go over to, like, the beach where Balin is looking at. I'm not like going specifically to her, but I'm just in eyesight, and just also keeping my awareness around just to see what she'll, do.
Where's my? I have the perfect music for this.
Oh God.
One moment.
No.
I'm gonna just go here. Hopefully this doesn't get a copyright claim.
What's the song gonna be?
What is it called? What if I just type in song of? I wonder if that pops up. No, not that one. Not that one. No. No, that's not it. Huh, what is it called? I actually forgot the name of the song. I thought I had it in my notes. Is it voice? Let me see, type in voice. Let me play this on my end. Yes, it is. Alright. Time to play song. There we go. Ah, yes, very fitting. Alright, so, meanwhile, Titus,
Yeah.
you have something, I assume, to say to Balin. So, you make your way down to the area. I imagine you're not necessarily like beelining forward or whatever. You're just kind of like walking slowly, looking at what's happening as you're
Just
doing.
around. Yeah. I look off into the distance.
Yep. And as you get closer, you can see Brish kind of like notice it. You can see he notices your presence. Like his head turns around. He's like, he doesn't say anything. He just kind of like wiggles his leg, and Balin just kind of like, you can see her shoulders sag a little bit and her ears sag as well. He kind of looks down. He's like, Balin, hun, there. She kind of says, I'm well aware of his presence. It's like, do you... I'll give you a moment and says...
I'm pretending not to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
He kind of like gently leans down and she like kind of helps her up a bit. And he kind of says, I'll make sure that everything is loaded on by the end of the night. We'll be ready to go in the morning. She kind of says, right. Thank you, dear. And she will.
Yeah.
She won't really walk over. He'll just move off to the distance, and she just kind of puts her hands in her pockets and just kind of keeps looking off into the distance as you approach.
Yeah. So I eventually make it like, and the way I was walking is kind of more of a diagonal, and she's just in that direction type of movement, not like a directly
Yeah.
at. So now I just kind of make it to next to her. So, dragon, huh? Seems like your type.
She gives a kind of a look. Her ear kind of tilts over. Is that all you have to say?
But you know I'm bad at that.
Yeah, you never were good at it. Yes, dragon
It's good to see you.
was my type. She kind of looks over.
Despite how I left things, I am sorry for whatever it's worth.
You say that. She's like, you know, a lot's changed, Titus, since you've been gone. Got a new crew,
I've heard.
new business, new leash on life in general. Some of it was thanks to my own ingenuity and tact, and a lot of it was due to Dorian. The others weren't so lucky, you know that, right? They weren't so lucky when you vanished.
I can gather. You know what happened?
She sighs. She says... Not, by the way, this entire time she hasn't been looking at you, so she's still looking off in the distance. Even if you, like, look at her, she's still just staring off.
He was too,
Yeah.
actually.
Okay.
The only time actually was when he asked what happened.
Yeah, what happened? And she can still looks off. There's a little bit of her looking down into the water. You know... I wonder... After you... Nah, she wouldn't mince words. After you abandon us, the Silver Lotus, taking our main quarry and leaving us for a foreign land, we were all marked as primary targets by a corrupt member of the Consortium Control Guard. One of the ones, I guess, who had been looking for our quarry. Tying up loose ends. She kind of looks over to you, kind of shrugging like, something we all know too well.
Yeah. He looks down.
She looks back out to the sea. We had some confidential information about several plans for the future. I think what Dorian told me they were maybe Altus related or something. I'm not sure, or Control God related. I know they involved a man named Darren Preach. So,
Do I recognize that name?
Darren Preach? Roll me a recollection.
I'm trying to
If you don't remember, just roll me a recollection.
Yeah. Like I know I
Pepper, no
know
saying
I
anything
should.
if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
I know Pepper
Okay.
remembers, or I think Pepper remembers.
Let's
E.
see. What's
Hey,
my
that's
plus?
trying to find.
-1? Okay, so it's a
Roll
14.
it up. Let's see. No helping, Pepper.
Yeah, I got a 14.
14? Okay, I'll say you remember it. Pepper, would you like to tell him?
Yeah, it's basically the goddamn like terrorist leader we're trying to find this whole time.
Yep, it's the same person that Latricia is currently. Her and the other guild informant are currently informants for and trying to like find their location. The same person that
Oh,
resulted in Crow's
yeah.
family getting killed and fueled the Memorem or the attack on
Oh
Memorem.
God!
Yep, it's the
Wow.
same guy, Darian Preach.
Wow.
He gets
When
around.
she says that, his eyes kind of like widen, and he just goes, "Oh."
She kind of looks over. She doesn't notice, it seems, but because she's still looking out in the water, and she says,
Yeah.
apparently someone had had one of the biggest ties into Memorem's collapse in the Civil War. As such, we needed to be silenced. Silver Lotus Group was the perfect fall group, a band of underbelly dregs from Memorem. She kind of, there's like a little, it's a very much like empty chuckle when she just, who could fit the bill perfectly, a crazed, vengeful group of radical assailants from terrorist-ridden nations like Memorem. We had abducted an upstanding Lapsian citizen, a military officer. Though I'm sure you know he had as much dirt on his hands as us. But who cares? Slaver scum, who had been acting out of line with the law, and would soon be brought to justice. The Consortium had the perfect group to go after, and with enough pooling, this Preach individual had our names and had everything. With a story like that, no one batted an eye or even checked to further within what the Consortium was doing. And within months, our organization was hunted down, with the full weight of the Consortium's control guard on our backs. With all of us being... Oh, good, sorry.
Oh, so what did you do?
She kind of looks over, and, one sec. Pepper? A little bit of feedback. Oh, thank you. Just... Yep, my bad, sorry. So, oh yeah, so what did you do? She says...
Mm-hmm.
How would she answer that? Okay, no, how should she say it? Sorry, I'm not able to keep the voice as much. I'm starting to lose it, my voice, I'm sorry. Or lose the ability. With
That's
this
cool.
all being... With us all being hunted down and held down by the Consortium's military, it became difficult to move around. We were on the Consortium's top shit list. Under pressure, things got bad. We weren't all able to keep in touch, and she kind of there's a very stern as she turns over to you look, and she says, some of the members within our group, sensing the weakness, began a revolt. I'm sure you recognize where this is going.
Wait. Not telling me that.
Not off.
Who was it?
Not within our group, at least. Not a tight-knit one. The main members fled. We disbanded because we all We built an organization built off of the survival of, well, everyone for themselves. Shouldn't be surprised that it cannibalized itself when things went bad. Once the main players started disbanding, why the else wouldn't they? I managed to get to another country, somewhat cushioning myself in noblesse as a salvager. With Dorian's help, I was able to get my record somewhat, we'll say, assuaded away. My backup plan I prepared, side engineering and scrapping gig, paid off. Less money, but above the board. And for the most part, she kind of chuckles and leans to the side. For the most part.
Yeah.
Notably avoiding the main eye of the Consortium, and being useful as a supplier for a variety of foundries, small ones. Like Adala Enterprises at the time and such. For the time being, I worked on things. Unfortunately, everyone else was not so lucky. Big old Balin, the survival of the fittest one. The one no matter what happens will make sure she gets out. As cleanly as possible.
You already know what I'm gonna ask next. He looks like dead hand at her, not breaking any type of eye contact.
She slowly looks over towards you.
Umbra.
She looks down. I don't know. I don't know, alright? I don't know. I don't know because I left them just like you. I found my cushion and Dorian and I took it. You can see, like, she's kind of got her hands clamped together, and, like, you can see, like, kind of painfully her kind of fingers digging into her knuckles a bit. Is that so wrong?
Kind of, what's it called?
She looks over at you.
What's the word?
Hmm?
I hesitantly, there we go. I hesitantly try to hold onto her hands.
She kind of like when you do, like, there's a bit of, you can feel like her trembling a bit when she yells, like, is that so wrong? Is what she said. When she kind of still, like, kind of trembling there. You know,
I can't be mad at you.
Really shit person before this. If it
So
wasn't
was
for
I.
Dorian, I should have been dead. I don't deserve people like Brisk. I don't deserve the people like Dorian in all my life. But... And she kind of looks to the side, like, kind of away from you. I don't know why you did it. Dorian said it was a family matter, but if anything, that's why it hurt more. She kind of looks back at you. Behind everything, I was a hard-ass, cutthroat piece of shit. I thought I at least had you and everyone else. I thought we were family.
We were. Or at least I thought we were. I wanted us to be.
Then why did you leave?
But I was.
She kind of looks aside. That's not fair of me to ask.
I could say this is when I like let go and start pacing. I walk ahead of her and then back and forth slowly.
She just sits down.
I could say it was because of Mal. The moment I heard his name through a stranger's mouth, everything instantly I threw out the window, but truth be told, I was already thinking of leaving. That was just an excuse. when it comes to families like this, I don't keep them. Something happens either in my control or not. So I just decided to save you guys the burden of being lost and lose you myself.
She looks over at you. You're a selfish bastard, you know that?
Yeah, I learned it from you.
Two peas in a pod, I guess. Umbra, Talus, Neil didn't deserve that. They didn't deserve. They deserve better than us.
They wouldn't think so,
I know
from what
they
I
wouldn't.
remember.
I know they wouldn't. That's what infuriates me more. But I can't do anything about that now. She stands up. I have a new crew, a new family. I have people I need to take care of. People I'm not going to walk out on no matter what happens. I was all those things and more in the past. But Dorian's taught me our past doesn't define us, always. It's what we choose to do after.
Yeah.
Seems that he
I get up and
he rubbed off on you as well. Kind of looks over at the guild ship. So the guild union.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, the last place I thought you'd check up with. But in a way, it's really...
Honestly, same. And to be fair, I sometimes wake up and I'm still wondering what the hell I'm even doing with these people. They're naive, optimistic, goody two shoes. Some of them actual like lawmen. I'm I don't really belong there.
I said the same thing to Brusk when he first started talking with me. When he told me about his feelings and such. But he told me something that stuck with me. Sometimes, not knowing if you belong in a place, and the like, and the family around you, the people that care about you, sometimes it's best to confide in them when you're lost like that. Sometimes, even if we think we don't belong somewhere, we don't deserve to be somewhere, if we're rotten. Sometimes, asking a person that is willing to accept you is the start of the path forward. Something he was told in Dogma when he was younger. It's quite an interesting line or saying. The Dogmadians are quite an honorable bunch, you know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he would find someone like me so enticing.
Oh, do you have some redeeming qualities? Like a
I can
cheeky
swing a hammer
smirk.
hard, a wrench and such. I'm resourceful, yes, but you know what he said? He said I'm dependable. She's like there's like a, you can see like a little bit of like a tear down the side of her face. Me, dependable. I think I like the way that feels. The way he said it. She kind of looks over. Hopefully you can have the same feeling towards them. But she kind of, and you can see her face straightens. I have a job to do and people to look after. With this job, this will be our big break. We won't be scrounging around with a bunch of smaller foundries, having to hopefully duck and dive and make sure we're not getting screwed anymore. I can really make sure that they all have a good place in life. And this business actually does something useful. Just taking side jobs. I'm not going to say that I trust you. But I want to. If Dorian believed that you had were worthwhile of a second chance, I have no right to say otherwise, but you can't expect me to immediately forgive and forget.
No. Right. Truth be told, I wasn't sure how much things have changed between you that I knew from the past and now, 5 years later, but
She kind of looks up in the sky. 5 years, it has been so long, hasn't it? At the same time, not that long at all.
I've known you damn near my whole life.
Yep. Picked up in the same place.
And in the ways that it matters, you're still you. But as far as change is concerned, I can definitely see it's for the better. I'm not going to say that I have yet. There's still parts of me that I don't know. I just don't.
You always were a stubborn sort, weren't you? Well,
It's it's getting there. I wouldn't say I'm good, but I've definitely found myself caring a lot more than I used to.
well, if Dorian was able to soften my heart and Brisk was able to carry it, then I guess there's hope for you as well. She kind of looks to the side. There's like a slight bit like a smirk on her face. Don't be
Yeah.
thinking that's a compliment, by the way.
Oh, of course. I know you don't do those anymore.
Not unless it deserved.
Here's to deserving the compliment.
Here's to.
I reach my hand out for a shake.
Yeah, she will walk over and shake your hand. I have things I have to get to. And she will turn around and walk away.
Same.
Briscoe.
I,
It's very heavy footsteps. Like I say it's light but like very heavy like dragon footsteps kind of walks over and like Brisk kind of says, so if you don't mind my asking, who are you?
My name's Titus. Titus Crow.
He
Uh,
like blinks. Titus. From her old crew? Titus?
yeah.
Oh, that's... He kind of looks to the side. Yeah, I'm sure that, that's fine.
Yeah, don't worry. You saw I'm here with the guild. It's nothing
Right,
like
right,
that.
of course. She kind of looks... We just, she said that she didn't know what happened to you, really, and such, and he kind of leans in, and he whispers, between you and me, she was actually really worried about you.
I know.
At least that's
So was
one
I.
friend that she can say is alive. That's good for her. Thank you for giving her that. And he kind of like leans back up and gives you like a nod, and then he will turn around and leave.
I nod back.
All right. So.
I look off into the beach.
Yep. Off into
Just
the
contemplating.
beach. So. After the rest of the day of you kind of going around and such, you would get the line reconnected, and you are all like set up and flying around and such. The day is filled with relative normality. Balin basically doesn't really come, like, she doesn't really go over to speak with you, and even the next day, like, as I'll get into, she doesn't really, like, immediately come to get you or anything like that. She has her own things to get, as she said, to get done and everything like that. So she is very much not necessarily focusing on you, but I imagine you kind of expected that.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm acting too. Not really looking out for her anymore. I said what I needed to say.
So, as that is happening, or as that's happening, and you kind of like see they have like a bonfire that night and people are eating. You can see Balin and Brisk are they're talking and chatting it up. She's like basically like sitting on his tail as like he's like leaned over, and they're all just like talking and things like that with their crew. Brew and stuff talk with you about like the day's events and stuff, and you don't, and I will say, you guys don't notice anything too odd as you're like going across. There's like 4 or 5 islands in this little archipelago here. Nothing too crazy. To like search around. He's like, yeah, he doesn't really say anything too much. No, he's just like, I wonder if if they were going to do something, I wonder if they would have showed up by now. Maybe the deal will go over fine. It's like, but we should still be on guard just in case.
Nice.
But after that, the night is relatively calm, and you all retire to you're sleeping in the ships and stuff like that. Balin and Brisk go to their tent and they rest for the night. However, not however. I'm joking. The day or the night continues and things are fine. In the morning, Balin and them get everything finalized, and they make their way over to one of the islands. It'll take them about not too long, maybe a few hours to get over there. Sorry, I should not say morning, midday, going towards evening. And they say that they'll be there waiting for the others to arrive. Dorian directs you all to like survey the islands again, like you did today, and then as things happen, like go, basically like, report if you notice anything. And at first it's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing's really like of note. And it starts to get like early dusk to like kind of evening type feel. But then you get a call from Dorian. And he's like, you get a call. Yeah, you get a call. There's a little ring on your device. Communications, I should say.
Yeah.
Are you gonna pick up from Dorian? I should ask.
I do. Okay. This is, oh, you know who this is. I know who this is. You called me. Wait, what is it?
One moment, I'm just... So many notifications at once. Please stop notifying me about things.
Oh, wow.
There we go. And then I was replying to someone in the chat. So... right. Why did he call you? Yes, I know why he called you. I totally didn't lose my train of thought there. Dorian's like, alright. I got some information back. It took the goddamn time. Whatever. Alright, here's up. Now listen up. I was looking into some of that info. I got some old contacts that were looking into this Pulani guy. He's got connections. Deep connections.
I kind of figured.
Of the ones I heard back from, I think I'm piecing a bit of it together now. But there's also a few more unknowns. Many. But, here's what I got. This guy's been around the underworld for some time. Exact time, I can't tell you, as in I don't know. But that's not the crazy part. Again, having been around the underworld a while is fine. Being inconspicuous, odd, but there's something there, I guess, but nothing crazy. There is basically nothing on him. Past affiliations disappeared or do not exist. Bankroll, barely traceable. Real name, your guess is as good as mine. Somehow, this bastard's got credentials, though. Through doors and impossible amounts. With this sparse of a record, it's not just odd, it's fucking improbable. Yet and still, I can find a plethora of recommendations from past work. Past work I can barely find the details on. Dig deep enough, though, and things get weirder. The mercenary corporation Polani said he worked for, I was finally able to find their records again. While the records of their existence, I managed to strong-arm someone in the group to admit something to me. After enough pulling, we'll say. Polani is a consultant that was given to them after some money fiasco. Apparently, there's some bizarre investment offshore. Backers from unknown origins came with Polani when they needed it. They took that deal and contacted us as part of their job as instructed. Oh, and that guy that sang, he ain't floating on the surface no more, it seems. Looks like someone ordered some cement shoes his way, not too long after our talk. Heard it down the grapevine.
Right.
That's not exactly why. But all of this is not exactly the biggest reason why I'm calling.
Alright.
There's a little bit of a pause for a second. You can hear him flipping through something. And he says, I tried calling Balin before you. She's not picking up. None of them are. She doesn't miss my calls, even when she's pissed at me. Son, something's up. And you can hear the sound of something beeping in the background. What the hell? And then you can hear Bruce like, that's odd. Heat signatures. Several of them. He's like,
Hey, no, fuck. Hey.
Fuck.
You can hear in the background on Dorian's line, Mr. Dorian, we're under attack, sir. They're hitting the ammunition reserves, machinery depot. Sir, you can hear the sound of explosions going off in the background. And Dorian comes back on the comms immediately after this. He's like, damn it. Looks like we took a little bit too long. Big.
Who is it?
Not sure. Hey, get all the others. Make sure they're all safe. Get the armored knights up and running. He kind of says, you can hear the sound of another explosion in the background and screaming. He's like, God damn it. Titus, you stay your goddamn course, you hear me? I'll be fine, son. Balin is about to be up Shit's Creek with no paddle. Don't you dare leave her. The sound of another explosion and the line goes dark.
Damn it.
Brew, he's like, what up? He's like, there's other heat signatures. Hold on, and you can see that Brew moves the ship as you can see that there are things flying towards you at a very rapid rate.
Oh my god.
He presses the button and starts using flares as missiles fly right past you all. And he says,
How shooting at
he's like, I don't know. He's like, I can't detect from where. What the fuck? He's like, he's like, I should be able to trace the. Give me a minute. I'm gonna trace the streams. He's like, I got something, but there's a distress signal. It's coming from. He kind of looks over to you and he says, it's coming from a Balin's Grupus. Something's messing with the signal, though. There's some type of signal interference. We need to. He's like, we need to decide right now where we're going.
Damn it.
And as
Go to
he
Balin.
says that, I'll go to Balin. As he says that, he nods. The session ends. We'll see you all next time. What will happen with Balin and Dorian? Titus' main decision here. Will Emiko and Crow do something that they probably shouldn't do? The answer is most certainly yes. Anyway,
Yes.
will they have their nice beach day? Or will they find out who is messing around with things in the area they're in and who's attacking people around? Tune in next time for Shadow Guardians next
Or
thing.
Dragon Ball Z.